Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem chapter 176-180. By the bonfire, the soul that seethes. Isolation was just as much a curse as a boon. He could not stomach to see the faces of those he had called allies at one point. All that awaited him now was the rightful judgment when Ritska awoke. He was not one to pray, nor did he ever see value in the act. Yet if he was to ever put his fate in the hands of another, he could only hope they would deal with him in much the same way that he had dealt with others. Efficiently and without mercy. That was the fate he deserved, a fool and a traitor who could not even understand the very people he had quested to save. If there was a more pathetic existence in the world, he did not know of it. Though his solace had come with burdens of its own. At the time, he had scavenged what he could as Gwyn consumed him from the inside out, taking the memories of the souls as they were torn apart and coveting the strongest of them from the sight of the god. He heard every fearful scream, every terrified wail, every desperate plea of the souls trapped inside him. Unable to save them, all he could do was preserve their essence, carving their final moments and their furious thoughts within his own body. He was paying the price for it now. They would come to him in flashes, moments of rage directed at something he could not remember, a face he knew but could not place. A time he longed for but could not recall living through. People he loved and never saw, people he despised and never met, names he cherished and that never passed his lips, memories of families he did not know. The faces of the slain who perished by another's hand. It was a burden, a weight around his very being, that he was now chained with. He could feel them beneath the surface, writhing and seething. A deep hatred that would not fade, could not fade, shall not fade. All of them, forever, their final moments etched within him. A tapestry of fury that he could only direct towards himself, else their rage be aimed elsewhere. He could feel it, like fire through his whole body. Drawing himself tighter, he pulled his hands into fists and placed them against his forehead. A shuddering breath escaped his throat as he could feel the next ones emerging. The voices that had not ceased, the screams that would not be silenced. They could not be silenced, he would not silence them. He felt their fury, their desperation, their terror. They begged and pleaded, screamed and cried, all of them beneath the fabric of his mind. But they could not surface, he let not a single one of them breach the ocean of souls. They remained deep within. He knew how many. He knew their names, he knew their faces, but he knew not their pain. Feeling rage and horror for memories not his own. Yet he did nothing, he changed nothing, he accepted it all. It was what he deserved, yet could not understand. The misery of those who lived as he wished, the joy of those who lived as he hated. The fear of those who lived at all. An orchestra of humanity, and he could not feel the rhythm inside himself. If there was a beauty to be heard in this performance, it was not for his ears. It was a choir of pain, he felt nothing but fear as he gazed upon it. A deep sinking, the hooks of humanity slid from his body. They were emerging once more, a whisper in the back of his mind. His name. He needed to recall his name. What was his name again? It wasn't. He had two names. Which one was his name? Which was the tool and which was the man? Perhaps it did not matter, they meant the same to him. Yet there were so many names written upon his mind, their ink seeped through his body and into his very soul. Each was his name and each was wrong, there was a name that he had so long ago. Or perhaps it was only recently, endless names of endless people, those who still burned within and those who had faded from memory, vanished from sight and mind and consumed by the light. All he needed to remember was his name. That would bury the voices, it would let him remain himself, at least for a moment longer. That was all he needed to do, keep the voices placated until the judgment could be passed. This vessel could be destroyed and the souls could finally experience their peace, their quiet. He could finally let his journey end. Why then, was his name so difficult to recall? Something drummed through the room, either his mind or the air. His eyes opened once more, swinging to the sounds which echoed in his ears. Silence filled the void as the thunder faded, yet it would not last. Sounds beyond the wall, muffled voices of those who roamed the world. Those of singular minds and completed souls. The ones he had once sought to protect, yet he could not understand why. Hands fell from his head, falling to his lap, his sight remained fixed on the door. The muffled speaking continued for a moment longer, then a hiss filled his ears. Light flooded through the blackened room, his eyes snapped shut and his head turned from the rays, barely making out a shadowed form entering, but he could hear the steps, he could feel them. The pulsing of their soul, a familiar sensation, and yet was it one he knew or one of the souls deep within? Perhaps it was neither, perhaps it was a memory of those 1,000 years. Focus, he needed to focus. I understand that your circumstances aren't the greatest, but there is a light switch for a reason. A voice he knew spoke out, words painted with exasperation. Moments later the world was bathed in light. He recoiled, pulling himself in tighter and bringing his arms up, hiding himself away from the brightness and clenching his fingers. Metal groaned from pressure, his breath slowed and his eyes banished the light. He was comfortable in the dark, he did not wish to see himself. What in the? Footsteps moved away from him, towards the place where he once saw another's face. The face of someone else, the face of a shining knight. A crunching sound, boots stepping upon shattered reflections, he wore another's face. Was it the impostor or had it been another of the souls recoiling from the sight? He could no longer be sure, their minds were a chaos, a whirlwind of thoughts. He knew not who he was, he needed his name to remember, but all he saw was the face of the sun. See something you didn't like, did you? The voice spoke again, much slower and filled with greater tension than before. Something dropped onto the ground with a sharp tingling sound, a scattering of glass as the footsteps grew louder and louder, approaching him. The familiar soul burned ever so brightly, he could no longer contain. Arms parted, his eyes turned upwards and squinted. The sight of a black straight uniform, blood-red fabric spun around their shoulders, flowing to the ground. Blackened hair that flowed like falling water, crimson eyes of like rubies. He knew that face, the young features hardened into an expression devoid of emotion. Wait, did he know the face or was it another who knew the face? He knew of many who knew her. Was he receiving the sight of Oda Nobukatsu or perhaps Mori Nagayoshi? Maybe it was the mind of Akechi Mitsuhide. No, it could not be them. There was no personal connection with them, it was one of the souls deep within that knew her. They had spoken with her, they had journeyed and fought with her. This was not a memory of another he had seen, this was a memory he had experienced himself. Or one of the souls had, yet his mind could not fathom a single soul who had seen them, interacted with them. Yes, this was one of those he knew. Ah, yes, Oda Nobunaga. His voice came out listless and dry, a result of silence. The dark-haired woman regarded him coolly, then turned her head towards the ceiling, keeping her eyes placed solely upon the lights for a moment and then back towards him, raising her eyebrow in a manner clearly questioning. Was there something you required of me? She frowned. I do not recall you being so formal. The words were delivered with a shake of the head and a turn of her heels, his eyes tracking her movement across the room, watching her take casual steps towards the bed, looking it over for a second and then speaking aloud once more. Have you still not used this? Brows furrowed, his eyes lingered on the back of her head for a moment before averting his gaze from her. Had he used the bed? No, he had not. He had not even touched it to the extent of his knowledge, but he might have been mistaken in that assumption. The memories were difficult to retain, they slipped from him so easily now and would return without warning when he did not require them. Not lost, just misplaced. I haven't. I do not need to sleep, so I do not need the bed. Releasing a grunt, Nobunaga shook her head from side to side and turned around, slumping herself down on the bed and then resting her hands on her knees. He caught the movement out of the corner of his eye but nothing else. She stared across the room, gazing down at him as he rested in the corner, just to the side of the bed, without saying a single word. Merely looking him over. 10 seconds gave rise to 15, which gave rise to 20. 35 seconds later, she spoke. You look as though you could do with a rest. A long one, given how dreary you seem to be. Nobunaga remarked, bringing up her right hand and waving towards him. I'd tell you to have a look in the mirror but it's currently lying in half a dozen pieces on the floor. I know. Closing his eyes, He felt another shuddering breath ripple free of his throat, a noise like that of a dust storm. I saw something that was, the words did not emerge, he spoke only silence from that moment forward. Keeping his eyes closed and drawing his body in tighter, enclosing his arms around his knees and pressing them tight against his body, dropping his head down onto his legs. Nobunaga hummed in response to his actions, the noise heralded several emotions that he could not place. Perhaps there was disappointment or irritation there, or perhaps grief and sadness. It might well have been all of them, but he could not focus long enough to hold on to them. I just came around to finish our conversation from yesterday. His mind ground to a halt. Yesterday. They spoke yesterday. Bringing his head up, he felt his features crease in thought, shoving aside the souls deep within his mind and searching for something that related to Nobunaga. The presence of the woman in the room faded into nothing, his mind scrambled for information. He looked further and further, his efforts yielded information yet none of it was pressing. The actions of Nobukatsu, the betrayal of Akechi, the destruction of Mount Hiei. Bodies are burned, the mountain ablaze, the smell of death lingers on the sense, there are none who are spared, the temple is reduced to rubble, the screams of mercy are met with a swift end from the blade and the bullet. His mind jerked back into the present. Eyes narrowed as he found something there, something else. They did speak yesterday, he had very nearly lost it in the confusion, so easily it had slipped from his mind and almost drowned in the sea of souls. Dragging it to the surface, he allowed the memory to replay in his mind, familiarizing himself with the conversation. Once finished, he nodded his head once and turned his attention back to Nobunaga. You spoke of Olga punching a goddess. That was all the memory answered him with, perhaps there was more but it was all that he could draw forth. Yet it seemed to be enough as the archer put on a somewhat amused smile and nodded her head up and down repeatedly. Evidently there was more mirth to be found in striking the divine, yet he could not bring himself to be as joyful of the act as he might have been in the past. The mere notion of striking the gods now filled him with disgust. And he was disgusted at his own hesitance to cause them harm, even if they deserved it. The lingering thoughts of the other him, or perhaps the resurgent strength of the other him remained in his mind. Dominating him inch by inch, demanding supplication to his betters and to abandon his notions of individualism. To become the perfect tool, yet the act of destroying the flame had destroyed the value. What could such a mind do when it realized that it had no purpose in existence? Yeah, Nobunaga remarked with her lip curled upwards, whether she realized it or not. She brought his mind back into focus and turned his eyes onto her once more. Regarding her with an unblinking stare as her self-gratification continued, oblivious to his own troubles. Or he assumed as such, it was difficult to tell what was what anymore. Assumptions were easier to make than confirmations. She's been something fierce these last few days or so, actually rather surprised come to think of it. I'm not. His words moved faster than his mind. Nobunaga turned on him with a tilt of the head, the unspoken question in her eyes. He withheld a grumble to himself, realizing he had dragged open the chance for another conversation. Turning to the floor, he placed his hand upon the surface and turned his fingers in a circle. The simple movement was oddly comforting for him. There is a singular strength in her soul. Not like Ritsuka, hers is different. Was his answer. Different how? Do you care? This is the first time you've actually spoken about her at length. Nobunaga rebuffed his efforts with a grunt of dismissal. Besides, I'm more curious to hear how you actually feel about her. She was clearly the sort to place a lot of trust in you, and yet there is something there which cannot simply be explained away with a mere guidance of comrades. She took your betrayal quite hard and looked like she was going to give me the old 3 up and 3 down as well. The circling of his finger paused for a brief moment, his sight became thick with glazed dust. For a split second, the image of Olga passed through his mind, her torn expression as she stared at him and the trickling of tears on her eyes. He knew he should have felt something in that moment, but all he could feel was relief for finally expressing his thoughts. Worse when his mind moved back further, the gentle touch of her soul in the palm of his hand. The ease at which he could have just squeezed. Thoughts surfaced for a moment, then were forced back down. The lingering echoes of a night, armor barbed with thorns flashed through his mind. A single instant of weakness nearly cost him there. Clarity returned to his thoughts once more, his mind gathered its semblance of a personality. I prevented her death. A noise was his response, a mixture between accepting and confused. I figured it was something like that, but most would say that they saved her life, you know. I imagine most would. He remarked quietly, slowly bringing his eyes closed and resuming his tracing on the grounds. I would assume that they would also mean it when they say it as well. You don't, He slowly shook his head from side to side. It is to save someone to watch them perish from disease. I brought her back just to witness her fall into something lesser, something repulsive. I did not save her life, I prolonged her suffering. Yet, what I would call suffering, she would call life. His eyes opened, regarding Nobunaga with a tilt of the head, a strange paradox, is it not? With the knowledge and my own perspective, I should rise from this room and slay her, I should have slain her when she stepped foot into my domain. Feeling his lips curl upwards, he continued on, I never realized how easy it was to kill, there is a simplicity in it, a surprise. The complexity of life, ended in a single moment. There is nothing that remains of them after that, and I consume what lived, I feed on the fragments of what was. A subject I never gave much thought to, and now, I tremble with. Her expression was changed, brows furrowed and apprehension written on her. His own face curled inwards, disgust roamed through his body and his eyes snapped shut, his hand tightened into a fist and he dropped his head down onto his knees once more. Breath leaving him in a single exhale. My mind wandered for a moment. Forget what was spoken of. You mean those maniac and psychopathic rants? Nobunaga dryly remarked. He heard her move, likely shaking her neck. The hell I will. You jump from speaking like a distant figure to reveling in death like a common killer. What on earth is the matter with you? I told you, my mind wandered. Yeah, that's not what that means. It means they aren't paying attention to. He exhaled. The result of grandmother was far more reaching than I thought. For a brief moment, my mind was but one of many within this body. He drew his hand back, looking it over. Those phantom moments he had, where his hand didn't even feel like it was his hand, where he was looking at the limb of a stranger. The height of the room would at times feel wrong and the world felt too cold or too hot. He had too many limbs or too few. It is not a sensation I can forget, and some of the embers lingered. That is the nature of the undead and unkindled. To retain memories, to retain sanity. I could not discern which memories were mine and which were not. It seemed simpler at the time to just collect them all. Silence welcomed his words, yet he could not feel comfort through it. Silence of the external was not silence of the internal. There was always the whisper just glancing off the back of his mind at every moment. Some so distant that he could not hear, others so close that he thought himself accompanied in his isolation. When Nobunaga did speak, it was slow and methodical. A manner of speech he knew well enough yet had no experience in dealing with, the type delivered by one who was about to ensure they had not heard something incorrectly. Are you telling me you're hearing voices in your head again? Not voices. Emotions. Thoughts. Lingering memories. At least not all the time, something they would manifest as voices, but he wasn't sure if they were truly awake. They never spoke directly to him and only through him. He didn't know if it was their emotions influencing his words or if it was something else. He would need to downplay it, whether it was for his own sake or someone else's he didn't know. Self-preservation or inducing neutrality when speaking with him. I retain sanity despite them all. Many are too distant to cling to, and those that are strong present themselves clearly, as you saw a moment ago. Nobunaga stared at him in silence, then slowly rose up from her seated position on the bed. Have you been like this since you got back? He assumed so. He couldn't find the memories where he hadn't been like this, but he knew they existed. They had to have existed, else he would never have considered this a problem before today. He recalled the chaos with his mind as Velka's hushed whispers brought them to the forefront of his mind and nothing else. Yes. It is not an experience I am unfamiliar with, however. If you should be alarmed, in wielding weapons from past heroes, I went through much the same process of reading their memories. This is much the same. Turning his gaze to her, his eyes met hers and the incredulity was blinding. Despite the show of distrust, he kept her gaze without folding, crimson orbs shining into his own eyes, whichever color they were now, and remaining silent. After what lasted 17 seconds of silence, she eventually spoke in another exasperated tone of voice. Master still hasn't woken up, and it's getting to the point where I'm concerned for your supply of magical energy. Saber class ain't exactly famous for independent action. That's more my speed. I'd consider it a miracle you're even here. She frowned, then tilted her head, eyes narrowed as stray thoughts swirled through her features. Unless you being a living servant, irony aside, has anything to do with it. Whatever the case, it can't be helped. You're still here, so might as well make the most of it. What was there to make the most of? His betrayal? His differences? Her words were nonsensical. Was there something else you came to speak with me, or was it merely pointless banter you desired? He raised an eyebrow at her, addressing her reason for being here in the first place. It was not logical to him, the motivations behind her presence did not make sense. Unless they did and he was ignoring them, perhaps he was doing just that. Sometimes his own thoughts didn't make sense to him. His mind would wander so far from the path he originally stepped foot on without realizing. She scoffed loudly, lips curling into a smirk and placing her hands on her hips. You must be joking. There is never a moment in which anything I do is pointless, merely a case where people just don't see the full breadth of my strategy. Her boast was confident, jutting her chin forth and grinning widely, tone as though she had spoken a universal fact and not merely excused her being. This would be another case where I cannot grasp the full extent of your plans. He dryly remarked, then shook his head from side to side. Perhaps you would do well to stop surrounding yourself with those who cannot fully understand your motives and your reasons. Given that all those thus far have betrayed you, myself included now placing him with the vaunted company of the likes of Akechi Mitsuhide and even her own brother. Or one of them at any, it was surprising to learn that she had more than half a dozen siblings to her name. When she spoke of her brother, he had always assumed she meant just one, but as it turned out, she had 6. Though Nobukatsu was the more well-known of the group, reasoning for that aside. Nobunaga shrugged, meh. Meh. She repeated with the same disinterested look on her face, I've been betrayed before and your attempt on my life was actually pretty pathetic. Her expression turned disappointed as she looked him up and down. In fact, I'm actually insulted with how little effort you put into it. At least Nobukatsu tried to have me killed properly, you know. Well, I still had him executed the second time he tried that, but that was sort of on him. His brows furrowed, light consumed him, he was upright a moment later as he tapped into the power deep within his being. Nobunaga jolted as her eyes drifted from the floor where he had been sitting to where he now stood tall, towering over her and looking down. Her eyes rapidly darted between the two spots before she eventually pointed squarely at his face. Did you seriously just teleport to stand up? Are your legs broken or something? Most people just stand. Is this some sort of power move you're trying to pull on me or something, because I don't do that magic stuff? Eyes glanced her up and down for a moment, his arms rested at his side as he turned and stepped around her. I was merely debating your sanity for a moment. I've noted that there are surprisingly few who have breached through my doors in an effort to claim my head. I was expecting visitors of the more hostile variety and I am left, despondent at the lack of attention I have received. Pacing around her, eventually walking past her and making a half-turn, eyes lingering on her face for a moment. I can see the surprise on your face, I was waiting for them to enter. I just wanted to see what sort of expressions they would wear after they burst in and decried righteous vengeance. An alien chuckle rippled from his throat, his eyes returned to the door. The woman who guards my prison is so distant, her anger is clean, dull, boring. As though she seeks to commit a chore. His eyes closed, the pleasant feelings filled him as the terrible thoughts surfaced. Waiting for someone to appear who is more betrayed has proven to be something of a disappointment. I can almost taste their despair, Ooh, how I would have savored the tortured face of the pale-haired woman. Lips curled upwards, perhaps the young girl, how I loathe that I cannot face her now. Just the thought of her mind as she contemplates such a betrayal, the emotions she would wear would be most deadly. Something snapped, numbness spread through his hand as the thoughts faded. A cold swept through his mind, he straightened out and exhaled. Bringing his left hand up and turning his eyes towards his fingers, and the index one that he had bent out of shape with his thumb. His right hand reached towards it, grabbing the digit and snapping it back in place with a faint twinge but little else. Clicking his tongue, he turned to face Nobunaga. Her expression was perturbed once more, bordering on being blatantly disturbed by his words. Not that he could blame her, the ease at which he had slipped once more was surprising. Yet her expression was fresh in his mind, clearly he had not done this when they spoke yesterday. Drawing his hands into fists, he felt the bones in his body groan for a moment and right themselves completely, then he loosened them once more. I offer my apologies again. Conversations seem to be where I lose myself. When I'm alone my emotions are kept in check, but when we speak. She was still looking him up and down without saying a single word, then she closed her eyes and shook her head from side to side. That ain't right, not right at all, so. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go and speak with someone right now. Velka, I assume. He exhaled, you should not bother, I doubt she will be inclined to do anything for me. Given that she was the one who put me in this state, intentionally or not, she is better at revealing sins, forgiving them is only a sham. He moved past her, though if you want to waste your time on a fruitless endeavor. Her arm caught him as he tried to move past, he fought back the split-second urge to rip her arm from her body and beat her with it. 100 or so souls that despised being touched without permission growled back for a moment before he silenced them with a pulse through his mind. Instead, he turned his eyes towards her arm and then journeyed up towards her head and stared at her. Nobunaga was not looking at him, her eyes remained fixed straight ahead, not once moving from where they were aimed before she started to speak again. Her tone of voice made it clear she was holding back on saying what she truly meant to at the time. I think I'll make a choice of what is considered a fruitless endeavor or not. Besides, I earned the name of the Fool of Awari. I didn't do it by making sensible choices. I did not need to be told that. He stepped forwards, shaking her arm free of him. I spoke of it in such a way to deter you, but if you wish for me to speak plainly then I shall do so. She turned her head and looked up at him. I doubt anything will come of it and you run the risk of angering Velka. I have little doubt there are some sins that she would wrench clean of you as well, and she would enjoy herself as she did so. There is no reason for more victims within Chaldea, at least I am deserving of her wrath. He shook his head, moving towards the bed once more and turning around, placing himself on it and dropping his hands onto his lap. Besides, the thought of harm coming to those who attempt to entreat with Velka on my behalf is disconcerting to me. He kept his eyes on her as he spoke. There is no cause for more victims, either because of my actions or, as a result of my inaction. Once was enough. Nobunaga regarded him with a silent look, thinning her lips before shaking her head slowly from side to side. Saying nothing as she approached the door to his room and opened it up, pausing just as she stepped outside before turning her head, looking over her shoulder towards him. Still something left of you inside there, huh? Even after all that, you're looking out for me. For a split second, her lip pulled itself into a smile before it faded. I'll be back soon with some news. Keep yourself sane. No retainer of mine ever went batshit mental. Nagayoshi killed a man for asking him to dismount. Yeah, but he was always like that. It would have been more crazy if he didn't kill the guy, you know. Her defense came after a short pause, waving her hand dismissively. You don't earn a name like Oni Musashi for being extremely polite, you know. Also I knew you could tell jokes. Who said I was joking? I am being serious, he stated with utmost sincerity. I have reviewed your personal history at length. Throughout it all, I find myself amazed with how much you accomplished given the nature of your subordinates and the swiftness with which so many betrayed you. That you were able to unify as much of Japan as you did is an achievement in itself. I would have expected you to die decades before you did. Her brows furrowed, now turning to fully stare at him before she let out a boisterous laugh and threw her head back. That just means my genius is exceptional and can surprise everyone. Wahahaha. If that was what she interpreted it as, then he would do nothing to dissuade her. What did he know about the achievements anyway? It all seemed like madness to him. Incomprehensible madness. Waving her goodbyes to him, she closed the door once more and retreated from the room. Though she doubtlessly was oblivious to the fact she had let someone in the moment she had opened the door and avoided closing it. You're not an assassin, Sullivan. Though I am certain you could be summoned as such if you set your mind to it. He spoke to the silence, waiting for any sign of a response. That being said, Sullivan was still smart enough to understand that any attempt on his life would ultimately end in complete and utter failure. If you came here to mock me, then I shall allow you to have your little jokes now. From what I understand, that is all you have been reduced to. Snorting, he allowed his lip to curl upwards in victory. I believe the modern terminology would be a side character. Where once you could have taken the lead role in changing the world, you have been relegated to merely appearing every few chapters where you repeat the same tired dialogue over and over again. He cycled his hand as he did so. Though why break a habit now? I'm certain you came here to laugh at my state of madness, or perhaps boast of how you shall finally see the end of me. The amusement faded. You will likely be right on both accounts now, something I am certain must please you immensely. As expected, the air to the corner of the room shimmered, an effect like rippling water, and Sullivan revealed himself. A small roll of paper twisted and turned into the shape of the pontiff. He was beyond surprised that such a trivial use of the chameleon spell had worked as well as it had. There was no chance that Scathach had been deceived by it, but if she allowed his entrance then she was certain of his intentions. Or she was certain he would die if he tried to take him in a fight. She would be right. Even without a master he still had strength enough to rip Sullivan apart with his bare hands before the caster could even bring his blades to bear. A part of him would even revel in the sensation, that much he knew. Sullivan stood in the corner of the room, bereft of his weapons as he allowed the steel sword in his hands to fade away into motes of light now that the casting of the spell was done. Raising an eyebrow at the unusually silent pontiff, he straightened himself up. Are you truly so lost for words now of all times? I would have assumed you to fly into an extended rant in regards to something. Likely how you would finally see my cult like the dog you always knew me to be, or perhaps you would profess you would take some perverted joy in watching me perish and assure me that you would continue the work to save humanity as it was meant to be done. He shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps you have just come here to point and laugh, maybe spill some of the details of my betrayal from around Chaldea. Inform me how much harm I have caused and watch my expression twist with despair. He rolled his eyes, exaggerating the word with exasperation. How close am I to the truth? I know how much you value cutting right to the heart of the matter, until it no longer suits your interests, and then a lie will suffice. Crossing his arms, he let out a hum. I wonder how much of the stories circulating around Chaldea are the truth or your truth. Or are they not mutually exclusive, as I have no doubt you boast about? He mocked with a sneer. Sullivan the truth speaker, quite the title I am certain. Though given how many already know of you by reputation, I doubt they would be so willing to believe you. That must burn, to be denounced as a fraudster even on the rare occasions where an element of truth does drip from your barked face. Sullivan remained silent, something which soon brought an irritated frown to his features as he rose up from his seated position on the bed. Brows knit together, annoyance at the silence that greeted him soon gave way to a chuckle. Are you already at a loss for words, Sullivan? You've never been one to allow insults against yourself. An ego like glass and the reactions of a viper, so quick to counter a threat to yourself. It's a wonder you lived as long as you did without someone striking you for that tongue of yours, or that unfettered arrogance you cloak yourself in. The silence persisted. Uncrossing his arms he curled his lip back down into a deep frown and eventually felt a growl build up in the back of his throat. Huffing, he waved his hand at the caster dismissively. If you were to stand there and say nothing, then you might as well have brought me a genuine tree for all the mirth that I can derive from this. After hearing so much care placed upon me, I find myself starved for some genuine amusement. I'm disappointed in you." His eyes roamed the pontiff up and down before he shuddered and made a noise of disgust. "Is this truly the extent of your influence now? Have you been beaten into submission like some common mongrel? Too afraid to let slip your thoughts out of fear you will face reprisal?" Rolling his eyes, he shook his head and turned away. The great pontiff Sullivan, reduced to standing in the corner of a room like some common house plant. "At least now you are actually useful for something. An ornament for children to decorate, how amusing. I believe there is a holiday known as Christmas that would better serve your newfound status as a silent. Do you intend to rant for the next hour?" He was silenced by the exasperated voice of Sullivan. What caught his attention most of all was the lack of interest in his voice. Not even sounding as though he had been annoyed by what had been hurled his way. He paused, thinning his lips and turning around to face the caster. Staring into the featureless face of Sullivan, watching as the pontiff stared at the back of his hands and flicked dirt off his fingers. "Because if you are, I might well find a seat. Though it would certainly be one of the most exhausting performances to sit through." His jaw rolled and his eyes narrowed. "So you are not devoid of your tongue yet. I would have thought you too." Sullivan sighed, a roll of his eyes on his voice as he spoke. "Please, spare me another one of your ear-blistering lectures on how pathetic I am or how much of a fool I might be. It would save us both a great deal of time and, unlike you, I have that in abundance right now." Lowering his hands to his side, the pontiff continued on. "Even if that were not the case, I can actually make use of my time effectively. I can achieve things with it beyond whatever it is you spend your time doing now." He gestured to him up and down. Snorting derisively, he shook his head. "So you claim, and yet you have marched all the way down here in secret to do what? I doubt it's to come here and kill me. You're smart enough to know how well that would work out for you." Sullivan hummed. "You'd be correct. I just came to see how much of you was truly left, evidently not a lot by the shift in your speech and the emotion in your voice." He shrugged. "I do not need to say anything to you, if only because it would be as though I was insulting someone entirely different. I came here to ask if there was anything left of the unkindled dog that had been summoned. Looking at you now, I have my answer." He rolled his jaw. "There is enough of me left to hate you." "Why?" Sullivan asked in a bemused tone of voice, inclining his head to the side and spreading his arms wide for a moment. "There's more cause to hate you now than there is to hate me." "Well, more cause to hate yourself, I suppose. If there is one thing to come of this, I now know the result of hundreds of souls being awake inside a single vessel. They all start to go insane due to the merger. It must be horrible." Slowly turning to the side, Sullivan leaned back and aimed his sight towards the open door of the bathroom. A low rumbling chuckle emerged from his throat. "I wonder, what did you see in that mirror of yours? It must be horrible, to stare into the reflection and see the face of a stranger. Which soul punched out that mirror? You, perhaps. Or maybe another of the rabble inside your head. Quote. Are you going to lose all your bluster now?" Tutting loudly, Sullivan shook his head in disappointment. "I was getting rather used to hearing you. Though it was in such a way that is novel, seeing you so monotone for the most part and suddenly your mind is being fragmented under the weight of all those souls, bits and pieces being torn apart and the original being slowly usurped. Do you even hate me because of yourself or because you carry the souls of my victims?" Clenching his jaw, he huffed out through his nose. "I do not need their souls to hate you, Sullivan. You achieved that by your own needless suffering. Those you slaughtered without mercy and finding humor in the act, those you tortured if only because you could." A snarl bubbled from the back of his throat. "Whatever sense you might have had was muddied by your brutality." All Sullivan offered in response was a silent stare before he hummed with intrigue. "Perhaps there is a touch of the original left after all, but just that. A mere pinch of what you were is all that remains." Gesturing to himself, he continued on. "How much of you is truly you? Do you even know how much has been replaced or lost? When you think about yourself, how many thoughts scream in your mind how wrong it all is? How many whimpers do you get?" He pointed to the corner of the room where he had been sitting. When you lie on the floor, are you kept awake by the memories of strangers? Just be silent. He felt mentally drained from this encounter already, shooing the pontiff away with a wave of his hand. Dragging himself across the room to his original spot, the sword still buried in the ground next to it. I hate you, and there's just enough left of me to tell me that is mine. If all you came here to do was tell me things I already know, then you've wasted your time. Yet pointing out the obvious has always been a delight of yours, mistaking common sense for wisdom. Sullivan scoffed. If nothing else, this version of you seems to enjoy speaking more often. Though with such passion in your words, it does not suit you. I will defer to your expertise then, swine. Charming. The pontiff sighed. He placed his back against the wall and leaned into it, bringing his arms up and crossing them over his chest, all while keeping his eyes on the caster. Looking him up and down as the caster remained in his stationary position. But if you want to know another reason I came here, it was to deliver you with some news. I have been advocating for your death. HMPH. Ever the opportunist. Sullivan mumbled in affirmation. Yes, yes. Though it is more for your sake that I make this offer. He was skeptical. My sake. I would have assumed it was just so you could finally see me die. Even if not by your hand, at least you would get the satisfaction of watching me perish. There wasn't even a denial from the caster, quite the opposite. That did factor into it, yes. Quite a lot of the decision to out your betrayal was based upon this reason. As much as you hate me, make no mistake in that I did hate you, well, for a time at least. Raising a brow at the pontiff, he did not fight the incredulity. A time. Hating you now is akin to hating a hammer. A pointless exercise. Sullivan dismissed. There isn't an ounce of freedom within you. Being angered by a puppet who changed hands is beneath me. I can aim my hatred towards Guinevere for being so foolish as to birth you, or that idiot Lou for letting himself be pulled along by her whims, and even the flame itself for bringing you back, hating you. What agency is there in your actions that was not drilled into you? Sullivan chuckled. I doubt you could even stand beside a human being, even before you're changed to an unkindled. So yes, I do not like you, but hatred is reserved for those who make a choice to oppose me. You. A pale imitation of life. He closed his eyes and refused to respond to the provocation. But I know they won't accept my advice, even when the boy wakes up from whatever occurred and speaks with you for whatever reason. He'll no doubt decide to let you live in some vain hope of rehabilitating you. The mocking on the tongue of the pontiff was almost drowning. No doubt mistaken in the belief that there is something worth saving in you, or that can even be saved. Opening his eyes once more, he stared at Sullivan with a half-lidded gaze. And you don't? No, I don't. Sullivan confirmed quickly, then pointed to him, but let us assume that the boy can somehow reverse the damage done to you at the hand of Velka. Let us stray into the land of blind optimism and bask in the sun of naivety. He snickered for a second. Even if he were to bring your true self back, what is there to save? A dog who begs for his master's leash. Is that really all you have left to live for in your life without the souls tearing your mind asunder? Quote. I am willing to bet you even understand this yourself, patiently awaiting the boy to awaken so that he may deliver judgment to you. Though I think we both know he won't kill you, he hasn't the stomach for that sort of action. Regardless of how necessary it is. Exhaling, he tightened his grip on his folded arms. Is there a point to this, Sullivan? Sullivan was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded his head up and down. There was a time I would have hated you with a passion. Where I would have demanded your death simply because you exist. A time where I would have delighted in the mere thought you would be put down. Letting out a tired sigh, the pontiff turned from him, crossing his arms behind his back. Looking at you now though, I see nothing more than a confused and blind child victimized by the gods. He let out a dry bark of laughter. The mighty unkindled who broke the flame. The thorn who ruined my plans for greatness and clarity. Nothing more than a victimized little boy. That is all you are to me now. A victim. Unlike the princes, I was much too slow to save you. PFFFTAHAHAHAHA. The laughter erupted from his throat instantly, tossing his head back and thudding it against the wall. There were many emotions that cycled through him: amusement, disgust, shame, anger. All of them projected into the laughter of kaleidoscope feelings. Ha 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 ha. Saved by your hand. I would rather have been born like Gertrude. Gertrude still had some wits about her, crippled as she was. Sullivan countered swiftly. And need I remind you that it was Lothric who set in motion the events that would lead to where we stand now, at my behest. Understand this single thing, unkindled. He was akin to a son to me, and you killed him. For the first time since he heard the pontiff speak, there was a true primal anger in his voice. I should have slit your throat for that alone. The amusement faded. I did not hate him, if that should appease you. Storms do not hate people, that does not stop the masses from hating them. Sullivan exhaled, shaking his head. That is beside the point at the moment, but vengeance for Lothric was another factor in it all. Yet, when I call for your death, deep down, it comes from a different place. Perhaps something you know well. And that would be, he asked with a bored tone of voice. Mercy. Pointing out the obvious yet again, are you? Sullivan scoffed. You are not ignorant of your true nature, but you cannot grasp the extent of it. Even if you recover your mind from Velka, there is nothing to be saved. He paused before correcting himself. Nothing worth saving at least. Just as you burned Ariandel for the future because of the rot, so too are you rotten from the inside out. He raised a lone eyebrow at the caster. You are stuck, unable to betray yourself because you cannot betray yourself. Sullivan brought his hands forward and pointed at him. Molded to be the perfect puppet, you serve but a single purpose. Perhaps your master might change hands, but your true self will always be loyal to that single purpose. Duty. It might be exploited for a greater purpose, but that is hardly a life worth living. One trapped in a fixed existence with no hope of growth or change. Remaining forever trapped in a vicious cycle of repetition. His eyes narrowed. Get to the point. You cannot be saved, but Ritska, fool that he is, will devote valuable time and effort onto the wasted quest that is your betterment. Sullivan declared, raising a single finger. Even if he makes a meager amount of progress, you will always defer to your true nature because that is what is comfortable for you, that is what is right for you. Then, one day, you will turn on him again because that is how you are meant to live. He lowered his arms. As you said it yourself. You cannot comprehend humanity and you never will. There will never be an ounce of originality within your being, fixed to follow a set pattern that deems no other method of life correct. You might curb your desires for a while, Sullivan admitted, pacing around the room. Keep them buried but, like the souls deep within you, they will bubble up to the surface eventually and you will do what you always have done. He felt cold. He felt cold because he knew Sullivan was right. Barely even aware how close Sullivan was until he took the longsword from the floor with a sharp grinding sound. So I call for your death. Yes, because it will make me feel better, but also because it is the right thing to do. Yours is a life beyond salvation, beyond rehabilitation. He turned to him, approaching him with the sword and then extending it towards him by the blade. The gods turned the world into a prison for eons. It took me decades to undo that, and it was only possible when they were at their absolute weakest. You. Sullivan shook his head from side to side. Guinevere had you from the moment you were born to her. She has you even now. We both know you can't escape her words, nor can you escape her commands. If Ritska tries to aid you, he will fail, and it would doubtlessly cause him pain and threaten the future of humanity as a whole. He stared at the handle of the blade for a second, then back to Sullivan. Wordlessly, he reached out and took the sword into his hand and pulled it forth gently. Sullivan offered no resistance as the weapon was removed from his grasp. If there is an ounce of you that does despise the suffering of humanity, the true suffering of stagnation, then spare everyone the burden of your inevitable betrayal and damage. Turning around, he advanced on the door once more, leaving him alone. Think on my words, Ash. See if that name you gave yourself has even an ounce of worth. The door was opened and shut swiftly, leaving him alone in the room. His eyes lingered on the sword, staring at his reflection in the face of the weapon and lowering it to his side. However, his words did not linger on the implication of what Sullivan had told him to do, they focused on something entirely different. Quote, "So that was what my name was. N. Chapter in a nutshell. Sullivan. You serve no purpose in life. Your purpose in life is to be in the second archive. Your purpose in life is to be in Chaldea, being used as gong ammunition. Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should burn yourself now. Give someone else a piece of that experience cards and materials so that we can level up some better servants. Because what are you here for? To consume Saint Quartz. Burn yourself, I mean that with 100%, with 1000%. I've never seen somebody more worthless in my life. I deadass have not seen a more worthless servant in my life. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. By the bonfire, one final duty. It had been 3 days since the return of the summoner and his group from the city of London. Reports were sparse enough and information slim. Even if his eyes were not focused on the general climate of the Covenant, then he would have clearly noticed that there was unease amongst the gathered servants. Naturally, one could only go so many days without even the slightest glimmer of information before they became concerned. Overly so, in this case. The human patron of this group had yet to formally comment upon it, but he had caught sight of her making her own little pilgrimages to and from the place of healing. The physician as well seemed to be in some manner of focus. Not alarmed, but not at ease either. 3 days of slumber was cause enough for concern in his case. That they had not called upon himself or the human knight of Katerina for miracles informed him that it was not an ailment of the body. It could have been of the soul, but illnesses of the mind were just as great a concern. Not even the gifts of the gods could grant deliverance to those who had the voices of the unseen lingering within their heads, or the slowness of birth cursing their every movement. Regardless, his focus lay elsewhere at the moment. In another point, he would have been more concerned with addressing the current state of this Chaldea, of keeping some semblance of order within the fortress and ensuring that the words of Sullivan, the deceiver that he was, were kept far from the ears of those whom he might poison. The mere thought of that thing wandering the halls of this place was bewildering enough to him. Especially since those of Chaldea could no longer claim ignorance to his misdeeds. Lord Gwyndolin had made little effort to keep the crimes of Sullivan concealed, yet he had specifically ordered him not to make any move against the false pontiff. That had been the end of that. If Lord Gwyndolin wished no harm to befall the swine, for whatever reason, then he would let the matter lie. The concerns and commands of the gods were not for him to ponder upon. The hiss of the doors before him heralded the opening of the lift. His eyes lingered to the side and caught sight of the slightly taller figure. Offering them a single respectful nod before he stepped into the lift. Turning himself around and facing the door, letting silence occupy the room as he made no effort to speak with the other 2 occupants in the confined space. That being said, the silence was short-lived as the woman cleared her throat while looking at the back of him, as far as he could sense. Turning his head ever so slightly so that he could glimpse at her from the corner of his eye. Indeed, she felt similar enough to him in that they were both lesser beings of light when compared with the third one. The tallest of them, even more so than him but only by half a head, if that. Yet it was not the woman who spoke first, it was the lesser god who decided he would break the silence. His words were conversational but hardly interested, it sounded more as though he was attempting to find something to speak of. Even in the grotto, we all heard the tales of the Silver Knights. Proud and fierce warriors, servants of the gods and each of them the equal of at least 10 men. Archon remained silent as the god spoke, keeping his expression thin for what little it was worth, yet it was more for his own benefit. Even if the helmet hid his features, it did nothing to hide his state of mind. Perhaps the god could not sense it, but that did not suddenly make it acceptable to display. Yet my first meeting with one of your order was strange. The god muttered with a low tone of voice, a touch of bemusement as he continued. He seemed humbling, perhaps even distant. I would say he had a great deal more in common with the carefree youths who played within the forest than the great warriors I heard from the stories. There was a brief moment of silence further, then he finished. Yet here you stand, the idyllic image of what I always assumed one of the Silver Knights to be. Perhaps it is merely my own bias, but I cannot help but wonder, was there truly such diversity in terms of personality amongst the ranks of the gods? Distaste flowed through his mind as he uttered those words. He already knew of who he spoke. That he was being associated with that one was troublesome enough and would only serve to sow the seeds of confusion and doubt for his future. Besides, he would rather not be compared with Leto now of all times. His voice came out as measured as he could make it, keeping his anger buried deep within. Leto was an outlier even before his departure from the ranks of the Silver Knights. His behavior should not be taken as a standard for the Knights of Lord Gwyn, if that should be a concern for my professionalism and devotion to my duty here. To be thought of as little more than an eccentric clown peddling jokes for children was humiliating. He was a knight, he had been born a knight and God's willing, he would perish like a knight each and every time. Wandering around the world and indulging in whatever little shiny trinket or bewildering settlement caught his eye was the stuff of animals. Not of the Knights of Lord Gwyn. The god hummed to himself. He replied, sounding indifferent. From all the stories I heard of the Silver Knights, you did not venture far from the land of Lordran, if you ever ventured from Anor Londo at all. Archon clenched his jaw behind his helm. He could already tell where this line of questioning was going to lead, and he could only hope that his answer would prove satisfactory for the god. So how is it that a Silver Knight comes to leave the ranks of his brethren and becomes a roaming traveler of the world? The forest god tilted his head curiously, mild intrigue now in his words, but his general posture made it clear it was little more than a harmless curiosity. Perhaps in the same way one would ask why a wolf was spotted so far from its pack. Exhaling lightly, Archon lowered his helmet as he spoke. There was no formal dismal. A knight does not simply leave the service of Lord Gwyn, yet Leto is one I would claim to be something of an exception to the ranks of the knights. He had deliberated over this for years and came to a very simple conclusion. For his freak strength, I am left only with the belief that it came at the cost of his mind. Leto is an overactive child, easily strung along with whatever next adventure awaits him with no sense for the duty he was born for. He could feel the lip slowing to a half. If that should answer your question, then it is merely a case that Leto did not think of us. I cannot even begin to comprehend the madness that swirls in his mind that led him to abandon us all and forego his oaths so easily, but the less time that is spent thinking of that fool the better. Taking in a deep breath, he exhaled once more. I would ask that you never compare me to him again. He strives to be everything the Silver Knights are not. The pale-haired woman took upon the silence to speak this time. I can sense as though you have a great deal of distaste for this knight, yet though my time with them was brief, they were. Archon raised the flat of his hand towards her, silencing her before she could tread down this path further. I know of what you speak, and it goes without saying that Leto is, if nothing else, a Silver Knight. That he knew of even the most basic tenets should be a given, but adhering to the common sense of a knight does not absolve him of his actions. He lowered the hand and shook his head from side to side. Turning around and facing the woman. Perhaps you did find some decency within the presence of Leto. If he offered you an opinion of the Silver Knights that was worthwhile, then there is some small modicum of worth left within him. Though the thought itself was laughable, to his shame he could not contain his incredulity, given that the woman raised a single eyebrow in him in a questioning fashion. You may judge him how you wish, you knew of him before you knew of the order of Lord Gwyn's knights. I ask only that you treat Leto as the exception, not the rule. Crossing his arms over his chest, he sharply turned his head to the side and closed his eyes. You should be thankful that Leto remained to render aid unto you at all, rather than leaving you at the first sign of something trivial and go wandering across whatever fettered wasteland you were confined within. When he opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by the sight of the woman frowning at him. Brynhildr thinned her lips ever so slightly before she spoke in a slow and measured tone of voice. If there was any anger in her words, then she concealed it well. While I would not deny the hospitality of my homeland, I would ask that you not be so crude in your speaking of it. Those who lived there made out their homes that they could take pride in. To call it a wasteland would be to dismiss their efforts. Archon stared at her in silence for a moment. He could find no words to speak of as she matched his sight for but a moment. Then he found himself humming in puzzlement. There were some things about his world that truly mystified him to no end. I shall forever remain confused over this pride that the Lordkin of this world have in humanity. It went without saying that he would still protect humanity, as had been assigned to him when he was made guard of New Londo. He served as protector until the time of the Izalith campaigns, and he took his role seriously. He knew of many humans he would have personally believed to have been an equal to a Silver Knight, but they were often the exceptional individuals. Still, it was the prerogative of the gods for how they viewed humans. If the gods of this land treated them differently, that was their own choice. It wasn't as though he was offended, it was just a strange novelty for him. If you were offended, then that was not my intention. I merely viewed it as a statement of fact based upon the information that is currently available. He turned to the god in the elevator with them at the time. Forgive me if this seems presumptuous, but the land of this, Scandinavia, was fully bathed in ice. The god let out a long and tired sigh, bringing his hand up and rubbing the front of his face. The land was not one that I would have cared to call my own home, but that was more in line with the lack of groves. I am no stranger to the cold. He lowered his hand, then sent a glance towards Brynhildr. But I shall admit you are a patron to hardy people. If only because their bodies are seemingly as stubborn as their minds, a more headstrong pack of fools I shall never expect to meet again. Brynhildr merely offered a small, if polite, smile in response. The Norse are a hardy people and they take their way of life quite seriously. Though it might also be my nature as a Valkyrie that focuses on those who perish in battle, she remarked with a light frown now dusting her features, eyes turning downcast. It was simply that those who did not meet their end in such fighting were those who I did not encounter. Some manner of milfanito then, he remarked with a tilt of his head, earning a puzzled look from the woman. He waved his hand as he explained, it was likely a different word they used. Those who looked after the souls of the dead. They were the servants of Lord Nito. They were said to keep the souls of the dead placated with their songs, as the first of the dead once did. The god to his left blinked twice, then spoke in an odd tone of voice. The Lord of Graves was an ardent singer. Archon hummed. I would not call it ardent. I never heard him. He trailed off for a moment, a strange thought about a time in some distant country and a pack of skeletons singing while the first of the dead played upon the musical instruments. He quickly corrected himself. Upon further examination, I shall decline to comment. Whether or not Lord Nito did enjoy his talents is not for me to ask. He was merely the one who watched over the dead and ensured death reached all one day. A loud scoff came from the direction of the lesser god. The incredulity in it mixed with the sheer disbelief alluded to something that went without saying. His expression pinched behind his helmet before he spoke upwards. I will not make comments upon the state of the undead curse. I know of neither its origins nor its relation to the gods themselves. All I can speak of is the lengths we went to ensure it did not spread, or the lengths that I know of. I am certain others went further than what I witnessed from Commander Seifer, but that is not my place to comment upon. Distaste for his methods aside, setting fire to the lower quarter was something he could find no reason in. Torrent, he believed to be the name of the god, offered no comment upon his words, and the remainder of the journey was carried in silence. Archon departed from the lift without further words, offering the two within a single nod of the head as a parting before he continued on his walk through the halls in the direction of the cafeteria. It had become something of a routine, and he had passed along instructions to those inside to await his arrival and to prepare his food in advance. Though he wasn't certain if they would have remembered. He expected them to, but expectations were a source of disappointment as of late. Entering the mess hall was as anticlimactic as he imagined. Perhaps it had been his paranoia seeping in, but his mind could not help but draw comparisons to the time of Anor Londo when Lord Gwyn had departed with over half the army of Silver Knights. Those who remained at least tried to keep order, but it was a fumbled effort at best, made all the worse with Esser Artorius continuing his fights far away from the capital and Esser Ornstein vanishing into the night prior to his short-winded return. It was poor form to compare the human summoner in any capacity to the king of the gods, but it was more for the role he occupied as the central figure to them all. His absence was felt just as the absence of the others had been felt. Perhaps it was not so much the loss but the scale of it. He knew it well enough. They had been drunk off success and stepping away from wars with minimal casualties, that being rebuffed in such a way was jarring. They would recover. They were not fresh-faced recruits, most were battle-hardened veterans who had experienced loss before. It was a thought that lingered in his head until he stepped past the slumped form of the white-haired queen, the woman he recognized vaguely from his time in the company of the French. She was not a warrior, and she had looked that way when she stepped back from their outing. His steps slowed as he moved past the table, halting himself and then turning his head towards the woman as she stared into the cup of what he presumed would be cold drink by now. Closing his eyes, he inhaled before exhaling and opening them up once again, turning to the woman fully and advancing on her table. She did not look up until his shadow fell upon her, turning her eyes towards him and offering a polite smile. Perhaps he would have been more fooled if he wasn't familiar with the look. "Hello, Sir Archon." "Archon," he corrected, in a rather strained tone of voice before anyone could overhear her. The last thing he needed was to be attributed with the rank of a Esser. He was as far from being worthy of the name as a Silver Knight could get, behind those of Leto. Though given what became of Esser Ornstein, maybe even those with the title left something to be desired. Not that it was his place to judge, he might have followed him had he been there at the time. "And I shall deliver advice unto that would be in your best interest to take." Blinking, Queen Marie opened her mouth to no doubt ask what he meant, but he cut her off before she could begin speaking. "I am not looking to make this a long conversation, so I shall keep my words curt. I have prior arrangements that I must see to." She closed her mouth and nodded her head once. "The loss will not fade, nor shall the surprise." She froze on the spot. "All I can tell you is to think about that loss, ask yourself what you can do better next time." A distant memory came to his mind. He wasn't sure whether his next words were aimed at her or to himself. "But do not let it consume you, else you will forever remain trapped in that one moment. Every failure will draw you back and every thought will be consumed with the events that could have happened but did not, the actions you should have taken but didn't." He looked her dead in the eyes. "Think on your failure. Let it teach you, ensure it shall never happen again, but don't let it consume you. Or it most certainly will." Archon did not even wait to see the effects of his words, already moving towards the direction of the counter and leaving her behind. He wasn't sure why he spoke, but perhaps he knew deep down. He'd seen that look before, he saw that look every day when he stared at his own reflection. He was there whenever spoke his name. Approaching the counter, he noted that it was neither the woman nor the Katarinen that were awaiting him, instead it was the tanned man who wielded the longbow fit for any Silver Knight. The pale-haired archer had noted his approach and was still looking at him, perhaps he had been since he entered the room. Remaining silent up until the point where he stood before him, neither one of them speaking to the other. Archer's silver eyes darted towards Queen Marie for a moment and then back to him. It might have been quick, but Archon still caught it. "Do you have something to say, Bowman?" Archer hummed and shook his head from side to side. "No, I believe you have said all that needed saying. Perhaps I am surprised you said it at all." He shrugged his shoulders. "Your wording implies that you knew what needed saying as well but kept your tongue still." He accused subtly. Archer did not even deny it and instead stared at him. "What was it that stayed your words, Bowman?" Raising an eyebrow, Archer folded his arms over his chest. "There are some things that people can only learn about themselves. You can't give them the answers to everything, and even if you do, it's not possible they're going to understand what you mean." He jerked his head towards Queen Marie. "Servant she might be, but I'm not going to deny that her combat experience is now overshadowed by her own master. She was a queen. They did not take to the front lines. An excuse that would work if she was still governing a kingdom." Archer countered bluntly, uncrossing his arms and placing his hands on the counter. "And it would hold greater weight if I wasn't working alongside Queen Boudica of the Iceni. Though I'm hardly expecting Marie Antoinette to brandish an axe and charge headlong into a legion of Roman soldiers while garbed only in blue paint. Archon snorted. No sane warrior would ever. He trailed off at the blank look that Archer gave him. He blinked slowly behind his helmet before bringing his arms up and placing his hands on his hips. Words failed him. Evidently he did not know enough about Boudica, but he struggled to imagine her doing such a thing. Though given the lack of armor she was currently adorned in, perhaps it wasn't far from the truth. I would prefer to fight alongside those with adequate protection, or the sense to have it. What use is there for a blacksmith if none go to him? Archer just shrugged. I would say armor slows you down, but that would be the answer of a novice. He brought his hand up, tapping the front of his clothes twice with his index finger. Besides, this is armor. Just a bit lighter than the one you're wearing. There is no substitute for titanite. Unfortunately, not all of us can get our hands on the metals of the gods. Archer responded with a dry tone of voice. I'm afraid that us mere mortals have to get by on whatever we can find. Though I'm sorry if we don't meet your lofty expectations. Archon grunted. You mock me, but that makes my words no less true. Archer offered nothing more than a shrug, then switched topics. Returning to the matter at hand. Perhaps I just wasn't interested in holding her hand every step of the way. It's not like she doesn't have those around her who can tell her. He stepped away from the counter. If they are not helping their friend when they need it most, then that is their fault. Besides, given that she hasn't spoken all that much, one can only do so much with the stubborn sort. A fight with a dragon does not end after the first arrow bounces from its scales. Archon flatly responded, leaning forwards and tapping his finger onto the counter to punctuate his sentence. And this covenant is no longer a case of separate individuals who keep to themselves. You are all bound under a singular goal. You should make certain that those fighting beside you are, at the very least, going to survive to see the end of the next day. Holding your tongue only assures that someone will die. Either her or whomever she is trusted with. Archer raised a brow. I would say those are wise words, except I was informed earlier that you would be arriving to take your food away back to your room. He gave an insufferable smirk. Is this a case of, do as I say and not as I do? Archon drew his arm back sharply. Do not confuse the two matters. Ensuring that my allies do not get their summoner or their comrades killed does not mean I must socialize with them when I have more pressing engagements. He fell silent, then turned his head to glance over his shoulder for a moment. Soon spotting the shape of the strange blonde and black-haired man, wearing his thick plate armor once more. The stink of the abyss from them was nauseating, and the fact not a single soul had driven their sword through the head of this creature was bewildering to him. Yet he could not account for the abyss alone being the cause of his hatred. Perhaps there was something else. The nature of the armor was familiar and yet, so very different. He would have called them scales. Perhaps they were one of those crazed cultists who worshipped the dragons, but he never saw one beyond hearsay and second-hand accounts that they existed. Little more than the idle gossip of tavern wenches, or so he believed at least. Looking at this one now, it was as though they were made to be an affront to everything that was good and right. All he needed to be told now was that this thing was an undead and consorted with Izalith's spawn, and they would have been the embodiment for the enemies of the gods. Besides, Archon turned his head back to Archer, keeping the disgust from his voice as he spoke. You might call it personal preference, but I do not make it a habit of dining at the table with those who I would have killed without hesitation when I was still alive. Archer gave him a dull look. If that went for everyone, then I doubt I would ever have stepped foot in this kitchen. Archon huffed quietly and shook his head from side to side. It should go without saying that I am not you. Though your phrasing implies that you would be little more than an opportunistic killer. His eyes narrowed behind his helmet at the Archer for a few seconds, studying his expression and noting that it was devoid of emotion. I would not call myself opportunistic. Archer replied after a moment, not denying the latter part of the sentence before he waved his hand and turned around, walking back into the kitchen. But I doubt you came here to entertain a talk with me about this, given that I suspect you would much prefer to get back to your, how did you put it? More pressing matters. The suspicion in the voice of the servant was barely noted and it was barely above interest, perhaps calling it suspicion would have been to give it too much credit. It was more idle interest without any true substance behind it, and Archon preferred it to stay that way for the time being. Archer returned shortly after with a tray. As he had ordered, it was a small selection of some manner of delicate foods, a fruit salad, and some manner of dessert trifle. He was not familiar with the names and merely repeated the instructions he had been given. Setting the food down on the counter, Archer slid it over to him while saying nothing. Archon wasn't foolish, he understood how this would look from the outside, but he didn't care for the time being. So long as no one questioned him directly, then he wouldn't need to speak about it. He stared at Archer with complete silence, issuing the challenge for him to comment upon the fruit salad and dessert that was currently sat in front of him. The tanned man met his gaze head-on without wavering. Neither one of them said a single word for what could well have been hours for how tense it felt. Eventually, Archer looked down at the food and then back to him. "Are you going to stand there and stare at me all day? You were the one who asked for this and you're going to let it rot out in the open." His lips curled into a smirk. "I suppose time must mean something different for you all after all. Though from your perspective, the fruit must rot away in the blink of an eye." Reaching out, Archon took the tray into his hands and stepped back. "I assure you, time passes just as slowly for me as it does any other human." He looked down at the plate, "and I am not one to boast of a long life. It is quite worthless without a reason for living." Without another word, he took the tray and walked off from the counter, moving back the way he had come. Arriving in the mess hall and taking food to return to his quarters, it had been something he had repeated for 3 days in a row now. No one questioned him, but so long as he brought the trays back, he suspected none of the kitchen staff would have reason to complain. The simple excuse of him having work to do that meant he couldn't step away for long was probably the best reason for this, at least the one he gave the red-haired human. He made his way back through the halls, sparing a glance over his shoulder every few stops to ensure that no one was following him. He didn't suspect anyone would, but he couldn't discount the prospect of the extremely curious fool chasing him down. The lords knew that Chaldea had more than a few of those currently running amok in their halls, and he could do without encountering one of them. Worse if they ended up trying to follow him. Another voyage somewhere. He stopped walking when the voice echoed through the walls behind him. His eyes narrowed into slits and he felt his breath tighten instantly. He knew that voice, where it had once brought pride and strength. He, like all others, now dreaded the day they would hear it. Once again, he was to be assailed by her in what he assumed was privacy. A quiet chuckle slipped through the halls that seemingly came from all around him. His eyes swirled in every direction as he felt the presence loom closer and closer to him. Sharply turning around, he found himself staring at nothing but empty halls. The presence lingered as though he was surrounded by a thick fog, yet nothing presented itself. Though that changed nothing, he dared not even speak. There was no telling what she could be capable of if she was to hear of his voice. Such fear that lingers in your thoughts. He rolled his jaw, eyes moving around for a few moments, then blinked as her voice suddenly cut out. The confusion remained in his mind, even as he felt the presence remain, though it felt weaker than before, as though the pressure had been lifted from his shoulders. Yet it had not totally abated, which meant they were still there. Archon wet his lips, releasing a slow breath as he moved his right hand away from the tray and downwards, sword slowly forming in his hands and feeling as though it was the one source of comfort available to him. He circled his fingers around it, narrowing his eyes and glancing left and right, turning on his heels and moving through the hallway once more. This time he never felt more isolated. A heat formed on his back, like something was breathing there. Had it always been this hot, or was it just him? It felt like a faint growl behind him. He whirled around and pointed the sword straight on. The hallway was still empty. It felt like a lump had built up in his throat. He could feel the weight settling into his chest. That sound, that heat, they were all too familiar. "Are you truly still so troubled by what happened lifetimes ago?" The voice returned again, his posture tightened. "Does it still weigh so heavily on your mind? Get out of mine." Archon hissed at nothing, sword arm shuddering. He felt the presence linger for a few moments longer. He was not going to even question why she could reach out to him like this. If there was one thing that was infamous about the former queen, it was that she was almost as skilled as the pale drake. Whatever mystics the Chaldeans had at their disposal, he doubted they would serve as much of a match for the goddess. Though he wished they would just kill her and be done with it, the longer she remained around. Such loyalty to my husband, do you still feel that burning need to obey his every whim? Unlike some, I still take my duties to heart. He retorted back, turning on his heel and continuing on his path forwards. Allowing the sword to fade from his hand and returning the limb to the tray, though he tightened his hold on it just enough that any stronger and the metal would have bent under his fingers. He drew closer and closer to his room. If that were true, then why did they all still draw breath? The voice whispered in his mind once more, drawing his feet to a full stop and leaving him alone in the hallway with nothing but the whispers on the edge of his mind. He didn't know what her purpose here was. Surely there is one thing that my husband would command you to do, if you were the loyal knight. It would be oh so easy, wouldn't it? Just a quick thrust and it would all be over. He mentally scoffed. Your intentions are transparent, traitor. Say whatever you will if you believe that it is of worth. But your words remain hollow and I shall not trade them with you more. Loyalty in spirit but not in letter. Or is it merely that you have been taken in by her beauty just like all the others? His feet found pause again. We all serve our duties. Beauty or not, I shall maintain my pledge to the royal family. And what of your allies? The loss of one knight will not affect them and it shall harden the boy. He grunted back to her begrudgingly. She already knew his intentions, so there was little point in keeping them from her further. Besides, if this got her from his mind faster than he could stand to speak somewhat. With my place traded for one who is of infinitely greater aid, the choice is obvious, and I cannot raise my sword against him, thus I am a liability on the field. He stopped outside his room. I shall serve my oath and my pledge. The royal family will survive and Chaldea shall be strengthened. It is for the best. Repaying sin with sin is not the path forward. Your actions, born of duty, shall only end with pain. It is a path well trodden by those older and younger. Shall you truly perish, content with what you have done? Archon was silent for a second before he replied. Dying happy is a luxury. If my death is in the service of something greater, that is more than enough for me. A shame. To you, perhaps. He reached towards the button on his door. But not to me. Quite the opposite. The door hissed open and he stepped inside, swiftly closing it behind him and feeling the weight that had settled on his shoulders abate entirely. The presence of Velka departed, a thankful turn of events to be sure, but nothing more than that. His eyes remained on the bed, and the blankets that had been pulled over a lump underneath it. His eyes lingered on it a moment longer before they fell on the table at the side and advanced onto it, approaching slowly but still loud enough that he could be heard in placing the tray down. I have returned as you asked. There was precious little movement from beneath the blanket, though he wasn't expecting them to adhere to his words or even respond to him. That would be far and above his current station. Turning away from the blanket, he moved to the other side of the room where his desk was situated and sat himself down on the chair beside it. Placing his hands on his lap and falling into a silence for a short time. The blanket moved ever so slightly, shifting before a small gap opened up and a hand reached out from underneath it, fingers moving towards the tray and curling around the edge, dragging to closer before they moved and plucked one of the grapes from the bow and the hand disappeared back into the small cocoon. Closing his eyes, Archon looked down at his lap before he spoke up. Velka made contact with my mind again on my return here. I believe she knows you are also present in Chaldea. Silence greeted his words, at least for a moment. He looked up at the sound of shifting fabric and saw that the cocoon had turned towards him, a small gap just large enough that he could see the faint glow of two orbs, staring straight towards him with what he would assume was fear. But that would be insulting for him to call one of his gods afraid, or disrespectful. Rightfully concerned would have been the better word for it. Though I do not believe she has informed others of your presence here. He continued onwards, and given her current incarceration within the halls of Chaldea, I do not believe that is news long for the world. Though, I believe that few are currently aware of her presence at all. At least I assume that Lord Gwyndolin would have commented upon it if he were to discover the presence of Velka. The eyes closed and he heard a hum of affirmation, but it sounded cracked. Yes, Gwyndolin would be troubled by Velka. He would probably say something about it if he knew she was here and if he was aware I was here as well. There was a moment before the goddess sighed. It sounded low. Though I don't understand what his problem would be, he seemed to take my absence too harshly. Archon didn't feel as though he was worthy of being subject to these words, or this display of doubt. This was a task better suited to one of the handmaidens, but there were none of them here. What of, she paused for a moment before she continued on with her words. What of the Ashen One? Once more, she asked him of the Unkindled. He neglected to comment upon their relationship. It was not his place to do so and she had not told him. Further news relating to him has been difficult to come by, I am sorry to say, Your Grace. Even consorting with the one who calls herself demon has had little to say on the subject beyond making repeated efforts to enter the room of Velka. I believe I am one of the few trusted with the news of the goddess' presence, but my advocating for her execution was denied. Then, nothing. Nobunaga alluded to a deterioration of his mind. Though I am paraphrasing her choice words of, he's going insane, which might refer to hollowing. He paused for a moment, then drummed his hands on his knees. Given what you said occurred with Velka's influence poisoning his mind into madness, it would seem these are the lingering effects that are worsening. But having not met him, would you wish for me to travel to his room dire? No. The shout bounced all the walls, the covers thrown off and revealing her for only a split second. Archon snapped his eyes shut so as to not gaze upon the shape for longer. A goddess should not be seen in such a disgraceful way, yet the frazzled hair and sunken features lingered in his mind. That is, I do not need for you to go so far, just the news will suffice for now. I would not wish to draw suspicion upon myself being here. He did not understand the problem they had. By all accounts what she had done was the correct course of action. It is what he would have done had he been there at the time. An ally turned to madness was best off being put down, if not just for one's own sake then for the sake of them as well, so that their memory was not sullied by the lingering throes of insanity. Yet he could not account for the discrepancy in that Velka was still breathing and tried to aid his summoner, a peculiar state of affairs, but the goddess was insane and there was no reasoning with the mentally depraved. If you wish for me to remain distant, then I shall comply with your commands, Your Grace. He nodded his head once, then raised it back up. As for the matter of the summoner, he has still yet to retain consciousness. Evidently something befell him in the singularity after your departure, but it relates to a matter distant from the Unkindled. He cracked his eyes open to see that she had assorted her hair down ever so slightly. Perhaps he could find some way of getting a hairbrush for her, or something else. The human Queen Marie would likely be in possession of one, or the Empress Nero. The latter, he could explain away his need for one with his own hair. It was long enough to justify a comb. Yet not any trivial comb would suffice for the goddess before him. Adjusting herself on the bed, he watched as her head slowly nodded up and down but said nothing more. Her eyes were not upon him, instead they turned back to the bowl of fruit and the small dessert. Her hands reached across and took another grape, delicately putting it in her mouth before she spoke again. Is there news on what befell the human? Seath the Scaleless was present within his mind. As expected, she froze upon hearing those words and snapped her head towards him with wide eyes. Opening her mouth to speak before she closed it once more, eyes turning downcast and brows furrowing. So that is where their distrust of me originated. Seath would have poisoned his mind, turned his thoughts against me, more so if he could do such things in secret. She nodded her head up and down several times. The boy yet lives though. He does. Though he is trapped in a slumber, they suspect it was exhaustion. He will awaken shortly, if not by the end of this week then by the start of the next. He adjusted himself and leaned forwards. However, I am more concerned for your own well-being. Concealing you here is only a temporary means, and there is precious little else that I can do for you beyond keeping you informed." She said nothing. "If they are willing to entertain the presence of Velka and the deceiver Sullivan, then you are sure to be allowed refuge here. In your current state, Your Grace, you need an anchor to exist in the world." "I know that." His jaw clamped shut as her eyes locked onto him, her words curt and silencing. The aura hung in the air before it receded. She looked down. "Forgive me for losing my temper. It is merely that, the influence of Seath and the lack of willingness from these humans to act as needed might have soured their image of me, and I." Archon rolled his jaw. "Desperation makes humans more accommodating. Whatever problems they might have, your services would be a greater boon than they could ignore. That much I am certain of, if nothing else." She fell silent, then she spoke in a slow voice. "What do you suppose Lord Gwyn would think of them?" Archon thinned his lips behind his helmet. "It is not for me to assume the thoughts of the gods, and I would not offer my own thoughts. Answer me. These humans have forged an existence without the grace of the gods." Archon replied after a few moments of silence. He would not speak of how he thought Gwyn would react, only through his own words. "It is an affront to Enor Londo and all it sought to create. The gods of this land were either dispassionate towards worship, or there is something that led to their fall from power in this land. Either way, it is not something I can understand. I cannot speak for Lord Gwyn, but I do not believe a land such as this would be looked upon kindly by those in the court. Their independence is bordering on arrogance that does not befit the humans I knew." He drummed his hands. "That being said, there are still many who worship the gods, or God. There are many who live in this world, perhaps more than in Lordran, so I cannot claim they are wholly a race of heathens, but the gods have not taken to appearing directly. There is worship, but it is not reverence of existence, it is not offerings of greatness to those. It is as though they separate their lives from the gods and view worship as a suggestion rather than a fact." Her Grace said nothing for several seconds, before her eyes lingered on him. "But you are still here to help them. They did not need to do anything to earn my protection. It is the duty of all Silver Knights to protect the subjects of the lords." Archon replied after a moment. "Whether they understand it or not, whether they are the humans of the Dark Soul or not, my pledge was to protect the humans as a knight. My obligations and oaths do not end at the borders of my world. Second only to my duty to the royal family." He gestured to her. "Just as you need not do anything to earn my loyalty, they need not do anything to earn my protection." "And if Lord Gwyn were to disagree with this world, what would you do?" "A knight with conflicted loyalties does not belong on the battlefield. He is a danger to himself and to others." The reply came to him easily. "I can make further inquiries into the state of Chaldea and allude to the possibility of aid from you." Guinevere said nothing, but she nodded her head up and down as she stared at the plate. "Did we ever meet before?" It was an odd thing for her to ask. "You should not trouble yourself to think of me, Your Grace. I am but a single Silver Knight." Closing his eyes, his back remained straight and his voice remained blank as he spoke. "It is not worth your time to focus your thoughts on one. I am neither deserving of this attention nor worthy of it." "All right," Guinevere replied after a moment, then returned to her eating. Archon felt sick after the conversation ended. Velka had done more than trade words with him. He did not know what her aim had been in telling him all that happened in the Singularity, as he could not speak a single word of it. But he knew what had happened from start to finish. The return of Lord Gwyn. By all rights, Her Grace was a traitor, but he could not kill her. Not even because of her natural charm, but because of everything he was. If she was a traitor, then so was he, so was Gwyndolin. They are all traitors now, horrifying a thought as that was, but he had accepted being a failure to Lord Gwyn long before this moment. It was liberating to finally be called what he always knew himself to be. The craven fool that he was, as though the mask had finally been ripped off and he could face proper punishment. Raising a blade to Lord Gwyn was laughable, he would die before he ever thought to take up arms against him. But he didn't need to. He would ensure that Guinevere found a place in Chaldea, his final duty in this world. The matter of her child would be solved by another. It was by Velka's hand he now suffered. If there was one who could fix it, that would be her grace, Guinevere. Once she had her place, once asylum was granted to her. There was no place for a knight with conflicted loyalties, and in spite of all, he was still loyal to Gwyn. Once all was said and done, he would carry out the commands of his king, and slit his own throat. And, yep, Guinevere escaped to Chaldea. As for how, well, noble phantasm, and remember, for Guinevere's parental leaning, this stuff doesn't just appear out of nowhere. It's a learned behavior. The ultimate irony. She is just as much a victim of mental abuse as Ashes and doesn't even see what went wrong. Guinevere. Servant. Caster. Strength. D. Endurance. D. Agility. C. Mana. X. Luck. A. Noble phantasm. B++. Calming rays of the bountiful lands. Let this goddess soothe your spirit. B. Anti-army. Max target. 50. Max range. 0 to 20. Using her authority as the Princess of Sunlight, Guinevere bestows a blessing of tranquility upon the area. Servants in combat find themselves losing the will to continue fighting, and aggression melts away into peace. Those with greater links to Guinevere will find this NP affecting them to a much greater degree. Exodus of the Dead Lands. The fertile fields grow elsewhere. A+. Anti-unit. Max target. 1. Max range. 0. The queen escapes again and again. She is so skilled at escaping death that she can continue to do so, avoiding attacks that would otherwise have spelled her demise. It is unknown how far she can take this NP, but one thing is certain. If escape is possible, then she will see the path to freedom clearly. Class skills. Territory creation. B. Item construction. C. Provide blessings of healing and protection on charms. Independent action. B. Magic resistance. B. Does not extend to dark or chaos magic. Ranked down to D. Divine core of a chief goddess. X. The second highest god in the kingdom of Haida. She is the eldest daughter of Gwyn and is also the second strongest of his children, easily eclipsing Gwyndolin in terms of raw power. Personal skills. Princess of Sunlight. A. Miracles are more effective under the sun. Queen of the Night Kingdoms. A. She can boost the parameters of Night class servants, but a factor of 1 to any of their parameters. As expected of the Queen of Lothric, the kingdom famed for its knights. It is an additional parameter for those with an affinity for dragons, as well, as the Lothric knights would ride them into battle. Charisma. A+. Even without her beauty, Guinevere has a long history of ruling to her name that she acquired. Her charisma is easily high enough to rule a nation, as she has done many times before. Manifestation of beauty. X. The Princess of Sunlight and the one considered the living embodiment of beauty. Everything about Guinevere is designed to capture the mind. Her looks, her words and her actions all are the epitome of grace. So great is her charm that she can even interact with the laws of physics and bind them to her own will. Humans will naturally find her to be an object of perfection. In terms of combat abilities, this is a skill that can prove deadly to even servants, specifically those without any magic resistance. Summoning. Servant. Caster. I am Guinevere, Queen of Sunlight. Fufu, I see you've called out to me then. Alright, I can see some potential within you. I'll nurture it. Dialogue 1. Master and servant. Don't think of it in such terms. I would consider it more as though you're a project I am working towards raising to its highest potential. Be sure to pay close attention to my words. Dialogue 2. There is always such a life about Chaldea, a sense of excitement that does not ever fade. I am rather taken with this place, I shall confess. Dialogue 3. Have you ever thought to create something yourself? I would recommend it, though I would advise you recall who you would make this in reverence of. Dialogue 4. If you have Sullivan. I used to be taken with his presence, you know. I thought we had such things in common. The love of progress, the value of potential and growth, but it seems he is so taken with trying to meddle. This is why obsession breeds chaos. It is a simpler thing to create something new than to fix the broken. Dialogue 5. If you have Ash, after completing London. I raised him how it is only proper to be raised. All things serve a purpose in this world. Just as the kingdoms I nurtured blossomed into the finest capitals of their era, so too did he nurture into the greatest sacrifice for the betterment of the world. I had never committed to sending my children to perish before, even without the title, I did value him. Dialogue 6. If you have Lorien and Lothric. Ah, my sons, to see them turn from me. Lorien was always so protective of his younger brother, but I thought nothing of it. Perhaps that is my own mistake. I could not see how he would willingly cast himself into ruin. All of that potential, the good he could have done as king, to see it all cast aside for a single being. Dialogue 7. If you have Ishtar. Beauty, I suppose the standards of mortals are subject to change. Given how your body is flat as a shield, I can see how you are better suited for the title of war. Though, is that how you treated your consorts? For shame. Dialogue 7. If you have Gilgamesh. Is that so? He turned from his purpose. Honestly, what was his mother thinking when she let that happen? My own children. That is not of my own fault, they were subject to the influences beyond my reach. She has no such excuse. Dialogue 8. If you have Caffrey. I'm so pleased to see her taken with her purpose of bestowing fortune, even more so that she delivers both good and bad. An achievement of her value. Yes, you perform most splendidly, my little light. I'm so proud of you. Dialogue 9. If you have Gwyndolin. Little brother always looked up to me when we were younger, but now he can barely stand to gaze upon me. I do not understand what his problems are. I merely fulfilled my duty as father told us all was good and proper. I left to nurture the lands beyond the dead. He could have followed and remained as the moon to my son, why did he never leave? Dialogue 10. If you have Farum. I cannot speak for certain, but I recall father being different before brother betrayed him. Yet that might remain little more than a fleeting memory. I know of the lessons father taught me that he should have taught brother as well. To always serve your purpose in the world, that is the duty of all. From the lowest human to the highest of the gods. Yet, he brought war into our family, perhaps he was serving his duty even then. Dialogue 11. If you have Gundyr. I know of this one well. The shame of Gundyr and Gawain, the blotches on my name. Perhaps it was my own fault for straying beyond my role. I am to nurture lands, not create heroes to the world. Those are to come naturally. Still, it is better to learn the lesson than to remain ignorant to it. Dialogue 12. If you have Kiera. I don't understand how anyone could draw a comparison between us. Doesn't she get bored living like that? I can understand the desire to be the center of love, but it isn't just enough to live off love. There has to be gratitude there as well. You need to teach them an existence and then show them the correct life to lead, but I suppose this is merely what happens when humans think to emulate the gods. Dialogue 13. If you have Flan. Oh yes, we were married. But that ended with Haida. Really, I do not see what his problems are. I told him that I parted from Lordran for it was a kingdom of decay, nothing left to grow. What did he suppose I would do when Haida fell to a similar state? Dialogue 14. If you have Morgan. To obsess over one thing. You became too focused on protecting Brienne and let the country forge itself around you. Perhaps if you had cared about the people a touch more, but, yes, you couldn't sway their hearts as I could. Really, you should have put more effort into the humans. The spirit folk have always been a bit troublesome. Dialogue 15. If you have Artoria Lily. She's absolutely wonderful, isn't she? That little knight-errant, she's just spectacular. I can see just how much potential burns behind that charming little smile of hers. Oh, if she had appeared in my kingdom I would have raised her to be the greatest knight in all the lands. She became a king instead. I've seen her records, a shame that it came to an end, but all things do. She did not even get the chance to start again elsewhere, but it was her duty to protect Britain. I cannot fault her for that. Dialogue 16. If you have Filianor. Younger sister, you've become a delinquent riding around on that dragon everywhere. Honestly, it is quite beneath you to be acting in such a way. You should take greater care in acting in a matter befitting of the lords. Dialogue 17. If you have Lu. Ah, Lu. I believe there is an old human adage, the one that got away, that would serve him quite nicely. I thought I had him all figured out and then he goes and does something like that right at the end. I was so dumbstruck that I stared at his coffin for days. Still, it shows that there were some parts one didn't know about him, he kept those a secret from me. Well, you might call it my pride but I am not one to be abandoned. Dialogue 18. If you have Gawain. That Knight of the Sun, is that truly what Gawain could have become had I not sent him down his path? Perhaps this compounds my failure, to see what a dazzling knight he is and to see my own child as little more than a shadow of this. I mustn't dwell on the past. What is done is done. To linger on it further is to stagnate. Dialogue 19. If you have Priscilla. I knew that she would still live within the painted world. Father's reward to Seath for his efforts against the dragons was our short union. Yet, looking at her now, I wonder if it would have been wiser to keep her close. She has potential but we shall never know. Likes. Foo, aren't you the bold one, asking me what I like? But all right, I'll tell you. I'm something of a gardener. I enjoy growing things up to their highest potential. Hates. Something I don't like. I suppose that would be when there is nothing left to nurture. But it is merely the way the world works, I suppose. When something gets too old, it can grow no more and you need to just take a step back and move on to the next project. It can be difficult sometimes but obsessing over one thing is bound to lead you to ruin. Wish for the Holy Grail. Something that grants wishes. I suppose I would need a bit of time to think of a wish I would grant. Bond level 1. I think you're growing up rather nicely, though we're still far from seeing your true potential. Not to worry, I see more than enough reason to linger around you and nurture it as best it can. Worry not, under my guidance you shall become your best self. Bond level 2. I've noticed you're acting a little different than how I have been teaching you. That's no good, but I can allow a little bit of this rebellious nature from you. It keeps you interesting, but remember not to veer too far from my guidance. It's for your own good, at the end of the day. Bond level 3. Don't think I haven't noticed what's been going on lately. You've been coming to me more often than I have been going to you. Oh, I am not criticizing you, far from it. I'm glad to see that you recognize my guidance is important. Bond level 4. My interest in nurturing. I am the goddess of bounty and fertility. As Lord Gwyn commanded me, I am to nurture all of the world and those within it. To help them reach their greatest potential. All my children, those who are placed in my care, were raised as I was raised. That is my love for them, to experience the clarity that comes with purpose and, why do you look at me so strangely? Bond level 5. I am, No, I demand you explain that odd look you gave me. Gwyn's love for me. He stayed in Anor Londo for as long as his rule was needed. When the flames started to fade he departed from the lands to ensure it grew. That is what love is it not? To grow something and then to depart when it can grow no more. I do what is needed for all, I grow the world and move on to the next garden when it can sustain no more. Why does that look return to you? Birthday. You celebrate your birthdays, do you? How strange, the onward march of time. I celebrated my own birthday as well, you know, perhaps we should converge them into a greater celebration. During an event. These events are rather sudden and very unexpected, yet the surprise is not unwelcome. The spice of life, as it were. I do not dislike it, shall we venture there? First ascension. What did you think to grow my power? You, rapscallion. How bold of you to turn the tables upon me like this, but, this sensation is new and invigorating, all right, I shall allow it. Second ascension. To feel this sensation again, I see, so that is how it feels to grow further. I had not believed myself capable of experiencing this once, let alone twice. Very well, let us continue this onwards. Third ascension. Yet again we step onto the path together, but what is this foreboding I sense, as though it shall only carry us a short ways before coming to an end? Fourth Ascension. It is over. Does this mean I shall grow no further? But there is still much I have to teach you. You are to remain with me. Of course. It is only expected. This growth is merely of the material, the immaterial is that which can never be fully matured. By the bonfire. Cost of Sin, Part 3. Darkness recedes. Blackness returns the light to the world, the star of beginning has turned to dust and is scattered to the winds. The consuming end which promised to sweep away all creation is sated with but a taste, it releases the world from its maw and returns to the point of its origin, the void is pulled back to the sword and the world is whole once more. The fallen god lies bloodied and broken on the ground, yet still he draws breath. An incredible feat, to have the light consumed and to survive the blackness that would have destroyed everything. To face the literal end of all creation and endure it, even if wounded, stands testament to the will to survive that the Lord of Light possesses. Even after having endured cycles in the flame, enduring eternity of torment is the strength of his soul is recycled again and again through the ages and used as fuel. He could claw back his sanity and power within a few minutes from what must have been the brink of madness and return to the world once more. It's incredible. He has not changed in his power one iota, at least not truly. Though he is broken and bloodied now, that will only spur his desire to survive and prove himself the true ruler of the planet. So long as he survives this encounter, if he does, then he will be much smarter next time around. He will see the differences these humans champion compared to the ones of the dark, their strength could fell even the mightiest of Lordkin. Gwyn will not allow himself to be bested a second time. Provided such a time emerges, that is. It would not be difficult to ensure he survived, and what has he to risk otherwise? Despite the threat Chaldea has posed to the Lord of Light, they are threats that can be easily accounted for now that he knows all that Fujimaru is aware of. More than that, he understands it, and far greater than his host does. Unfortunate that his mind is not so well suited to his desire, but the enduring will is something he covets most preciously. Never before has there been a host more perfect for him, and he suspects there will never be one again. To lose Fujimaru will be a decisive blow, but there is little else for it. The Holy Grail stands before him, the tool which might have aided him until he suffered at the hands of his daughter. But this is a far greater prize, the gratitude of Lord Gwyn and the promise of furthering his own research. The Grail is little more than a bonus at this stage. Ritsuka feels control slip from him rather swiftly, his joints lock up and his body no longer obeys him. Surprise gives way to shock as the body moves on its own, a strange sensation floods every fiber of his being, his mind is shut away in the furthest corners and he is left powerless to act, a prisoner in his own skin. The boy moves all by itself, righting itself up rather swiftly and turning its attention towards the closest of the figures next to them. Power floods into his right hand as he brings it backwards, the skin turns blue and is calcified, his nails extend and harden into long crystalline spears, the fingers hook like scythes. Ritsuka screams from inside, not a single sound escapes his voice. The white-haired knight freezes, likely sensing something amiss behind him, but he is on the floor and in an inopportune position. Ritsuka's screams of horror become little more than background noise as he swings the sharpened claws downwards. Blood stains the snow as the back of Percival's legs are torn open with a single swing, the knight drops like a puppet. He turns his body, the one of dragon blood is next. If they had been blearily before, the sudden scream of pain from Percival had been enough to sober them up. Emerald eyes flashed with fury as her expression twisted, though he is much faster on the draw. She swings up, he steps in close and crystals cover the back of his left arm, he catches her wrist with his forearm before she can get the sword up. Fingers tighten in his right hand, flattening out into a spear which gores forwards. Ritsuka screams in his mind. A pounding on the mental barricade is ignored as his hand passes through all manner of resistance and he moves in close to the knight, so much so that their bodies pressed against one another. He looks at her from the corner of his eye, head just resting on his shoulder. He scoffs, pulling the hand free and pointing it downwards, light dances between his fingers. A flash signals through the air, a smell of burnt flesh, and then the draconic knight finds they no longer have legs to stand on, dropping to the ground with a new hole in their chest. He turns sharply, bringing his arm up and across and spinning on his heel. His hand swipes through the air to the exposed neck of Percival. Blood sprays through the air, splattering across his face and his hands. The hand comes back around and takes hold of the head before it drops down. The body remains upright, though a simple kick is all that is required, merely pressing the flat of the shoe on the body and pushing it backwards, and it falls to the floor. His eyes linger on the peculiar spear for a moment longer before he hums. The screaming of Fujimaru falls silent, likely from shock. He turns once more, pointing his left hand to the side and channeling the spell. Light screams, sapphire streaks through the air, and then there is a wet thud. He glances to the corner of his eye as Priscilla falls backwards, a hideous burn across her gut that causes her to drop her scythe to the ground. Her eyes widen in fear as she stares at him, likely understanding who he is. Another streak of sapphire catches her in the chest and she falls. Her body smolders, wisps of smoke flicker upwards as the wounds simmer. There's a faint burning scent on the wind that reaches his nostrils. Ritsuka violently recoils within him. There's a flood of sickness, revulsion, horror and shame all at once, a cocktail that would be somewhat unpleasant to experience. Though he buries each and every one of them, turning his head back towards the direction of Gwyn, his landing on the slight rise and fall of his chest, the weak breathing that reaches his ears. He opens his mouth to speak. When Ritsuka awoke, it was as sudden as the noise which violently assaulted his ears. His body contorted inwards as he curled himself into a ball. A feeling of something covering him was vaguely recognized but just as quickly dismissed. His eyes were clamped shut, surrounding him in total darkness as he drew himself in tighter and tighter. The images flashed through his mind. That all-consuming presence still flooding his body. Was he even moving at all? Was he still trapped? What was going on? And what was that noise he kept hearing? And why did his throat start to hurt? It took him a second to realize that he was screaming his lungs out, dragging his body inwards and curling in on himself as tight as he could physically manage it. Despite being aware of the scream, he did little to actually stop himself. Rather, his throat was the one that put an end to the noise. A sharp pain ran through it, followed by a tremble and crack in his screaming voice. The noise tapered down into something more akin to a panicked whimper. He found himself at a loss for breath, unable to intake any oxygen. He could still feel it in his mind, the brief numbing followed by the lack of sensation in his body as everything slipped away. He was still in London. He was still trapped in the dark. He was still forced to watch as something took hold of his shoulder. He reacted quickly. His eyes snapped open and he clamped his mouth shut. Arms flew out and grabbed hold of what had touched him. His head whirled towards the direction he had been touched and he felt his heart stop a moment later. A dark shadow loomed over him, silent as it could possibly have been. A wide-brimmed head blotted out the light and stopped any light from reaching him. He screamed again in earnest, flinging the shape away from him and scrambling himself backwards on whatever he was lying down on. His back soon slammed into something cold and solid. A metallic clang echoed out through wherever he was. Eyes snapped around and all he could find himself seeing was nothing but bleached white. There was a beeping noise that flooded his hearing. His hands were clenched around something soft that he pulled closer to himself, hiding away whatever cold he was feeling. He was breathing rather heavily, no longer screaming and trying to get air back into his oxygen-deprived lungs, though it was doing him precious little good as he couldn't focus on anything. It was too bright to see. He clenched his eyes shut and pressed himself further against the wall. A feeling like someone was trying to hammer away at his chest from the inside out. His body ached and he felt tired, panic still flooding through him and his expression tightened inwards. His eyes still clenched themselves shut, as tight as he could possibly manage it to avoid any of the light bleeding through. All he could hear around was nothing more than muffled thumps and that damned beeping. Something took hold of him again. He couldn't even find the energy to scream as a tight pressure fell around both his shoulders and forced him still. He recoiled his body back. Or he made the attempt to. The grip on him was too tight and he kept trying to free himself of it, pushing himself further and further back. When his body refused to free itself, his hands flew up and tried to wave away at whatever was grabbing hold of him. They struck something solid, but pain instantly flooded his knuckles, like he had struck a brick wall or something. Yet he ignored that, continuing to flail his hands about in front of him until he felt the hold on his shoulders loosen. Though it was a brief mercy, considering it soon snaked around his wrists in grip just as tight, holding them shut and then driving them backwards. He found his body pushed backwards ever so slightly, his wrists thudded against the same cold and smooth surface. He let out a whimper, already opening his mouth to scream once again, though he couldn't draw any air into his lungs. "Master!" He jolted, something screaming in his face with a clear aura of panic about itself. Blue eyes flew open and he found his vision consumed with the blurry dark shape, same as before, though this time he allowed his eyes to squint slightly to try and take hold of some of the details about the shape. Scanning whatever was now gripping his wrists and keeping them in place against the wall behind him, he had been close to throwing out his legs and kicking, but the voice was vaguely familiar to him. The dark shape remained somewhat black, but the wide-brimmed head fell over his own and something just graced upon the top of his head like an umbrella. His entire vision was consumed by a pair of bright brown eyes. He remained locked on the hazel-colored orbs as they stared right back at him. Only the sound of his deep breathing echoed out as he took in greatly greedy gulps of air, each intake being a shuddering sound. Silence stretched out the longer he stared at the individual in front of him, their face gradually coming into focus, face set in a mixture between shock and relief as they remained remarkably close to him. After what must have been years, they eventually let out a single breath as their eyes narrowed slightly, searching his face somewhat before they eventually spoke. "Moss," the woman cut herself off, swallowing her words and biting her lip for a few seconds. Her eyes flickered away from his face for a split second before they returned with an apprehensive focus about them. "Ritska, do you know where you are?" "Where I?" The voice sounded familiar, the woman looked familiar, he knew her name, just sitting on the tip of his tongue as he glanced either side of himself. Did he know where he was? He was in a bleached white room sitting atop something rather comfortable, at least he could feel it, so that removed the idea of being trapped in his mind. Where he was. Am I in Chaldea? He almost dared to hope at this point. When the woman nodded her head up and down, he never felt more relieved, his eyes closing and the feeling of all resistance leaving his body just as swiftly. His head slumped low and he let out a single relieved sigh, though it more came out as a croak. That same dull pain tingled through his neck for a brief moment, earning a wince from him as he realized the issue might have been all the screaming he was doing. That's good," the woman in front of him nodded her head up and down, which dragged the large brim of the hat sat atop his head across his hair as she did so, back and forth. "Yes, that's good, very, very good. Do you know who I am?" Her voice came back a little louder. Ritska opened his eyes back up and focused on the face for a few moments. The delicate features but slightly rough-looking face, the scraggly spear locks of dark hair and the hazel eyes. Betty, he never felt more relieved to see the caster before in his life, if only because he knew she was safe and sound. He was treated to the sight of a brilliant smile flashing across the woman's face as he spoke her name, the expression being more than a touch relieved as she blew air out from between her lips and then allowed the smile to dim slightly. Her eyes slowly drifted away from his own and towards the side. He followed their path and eventually found himself looking at his own wrists pressed against the wall, her hands clawed around them and keeping them in place. Becoming acutely aware of the proportional strength of a servant as he stared at her rather delicate-looking frame, then again most of it was hidden behind her long black sleeves. He watched the hands fidget ever so slightly, his eyes returned to the owner of the limbs. Beatrice was still staring at the hands she had trapped, then he felt the pressure on his limbs slowly alleviate themselves. She gradually pulled her hands with an almost embarrassed expression on her face, soon pulling back far enough and removing the brim of her hat from the top of his head. It was large enough to have completely covered him, then holding up her hands and exposing her palms to him as if to show where her hands were. Her tongue quickly darted out, wetting her lips before retreating. Her eyes crinkled slightly the longer she stared at Ritska before she eventually mustered up the courage to speak again, or look to at any rate. Sorry for grabbing you. The apology was quick but wasn't delivered with the same flighty panic he normally associated with Beatrice. This was almost subdued. But with you screaming and, she trailed off, making a small gesture with her own hands, waving about like that. I was worried you were going to end up hurting yourself and I just panicked a little bit. A small chuckle came from her throat, her eyes darted downwards and her hands slowly lowered themselves to the top of her lap, just perched over the edge of what Ritska could now see was a bed. Now his own bed, this one looked much different to the ones he was used to. I didn't hurt you, did I? Beatrice broke his environmental appreciation with a quick word. His eyes roamed their way back to her somewhat slowly before they landed on her face, seeing the clear guilt now threatening to overcome her features. Ritska felt something burn in his chest, something ugly and self-aimed. Like an acid building up in the back of his throat. The longer he stared at the expression, he forced the feeling down. His lips pulled themselves into a smile that he hoped didn't look too brittle. A little tight, but I'm fine. He made a show of bringing up his hands and rolling them around like windmills just to demonstrate his flexibility. The truth was there remained a lingering pinching sensation in his wrists, but he wasn't going to tell her that. He didn't want to make that expression any worse. Ba Bastar, the blonde's face was warped with fury, shame coloring her features as she extends a hand towards him, fingers intent on clutching his ankle to try and crush. Defiance burns in her eyes. There's a flash of blue, the defiance is melted into red mist and scattered to the wind. He jolted, a sudden voice in his face brought him screeching back into the present. A gasp left his throat and his eyes cycled through his surroundings before landing on Beatrice once again, the caster a couple feet from him and sitting upon the bed. His eyes focused on her for a few moments, the woman biting her lower lip as she stared at him. Sorry for shouting, you just froze up for a few seconds. It's fine, he croaked out, allowing himself to fall back onto the wall behind him and letting the tension drain from his shoulders. Ritska felt himself more than a little grateful to her for pulling him out of that little vision. Though the memory did not fade from him entirely, nor did the cold sensation. What? His eyes roamed the room, furrowing his brows. Am I in medical? Beatrice nodded her head up and down. Getting news around wasn't very easy. A lot of people are keeping a very tight lid on what went on down in London. She winced for a moment, then reached up and scratched the side of her face, which you probably don't want to talk about right now, so I'll try my best not to bring it up, just don't expect me to be very good at that. I'm not the most careful of individuals. Closing his eyes, he moved his hand and reached behind himself, feeling along the bed until he found one of the cushions and pulled it out from underneath him, dragging it upwards until it was stood on its end and then leaned back onto it, bracing himself against the wall as comfortably as he could. Though moving was still more than a little sore, he would rather be upright at the moment. Just so he could talk properly. Don't worry about it. He shook his head, eyes opening once more and moving towards the woman. He tried to pull his lips into a smile, though quickly saw the vaguely disturbed face on Beatrice and quickly dashed it from his face. Probably him being much too hopeful that he would have been able to put her worries at ease. He couldn't even put his own worries to rest. How long have you been here? Changing the topic seemed like the best idea for now, and he was somewhat curious that Beatrice was the first one to greet him rather than someone else. He would have half expected it to be someone like Masha Romani. Though he didn't know what time it was either. How long had he been out? We haven't been here that long. Beatrice explained with a wave of her hand, eyes flickering to the side. Everyone has been taking it in turns to sit with you. There was a brief pause before she let out a somewhat awkward chuckle. There was a rather funny incident where Elizabeth wanted to serenade you like something out of she called it Disney. She shrugged. I didn't understand it, but that might just be me. Oh God, Ritska couldn't help the wheezing chuckle, bringing his hand up to nurse his brows. The thought of Elizabeth trying to sing to him as he slept on that bed was so out of this world and so vaguely horrifying that he couldn't even contemplate it. Though it might have woken him up a little earlier. So long as no one tried to kiss him Sleeping Beauty style, he was all right. Heck, He couldn't even be certain that Kiyohime wouldn't go to that extent. Oh, right. The arm dropped down from his face, his laughter fading away and being replaced with nothing. Slowly closing his mouth, he let his head fall backwards and allowed it to thud against the wall just above the cushion. Staring straight up towards the light. Kiyohime was gone. He hadn't even seen it, she just vanished. They were all gone. All the servants he called down to help fight just dead. That word struck out to him for a few moments, then it bounced around again and again as he lowered his eyes back towards the direction of Beatrice, arching his right brow ever so slightly. The caster, meanwhile, took his sudden intrigue somewhat poorly as she bit her lower lip and made an expression that was somewhat cringing. Her eyes gradually traveled away from him and towards the floor just to the left of the bed. Ritsuka followed her line of sight and then promptly fought back a snort. Sif flopped out across the floor like a rug was the sight to greet him when he glanced in that direction. The large wolf not looking as though they had even registered the fact he had awoken at all nor the somewhat violent nature of his awakening. Sif stirred ever so slightly, the white beast releasing a hum from their throat before they loosened once more, returning to their original purpose of cosplaying as a floor rug. Then came the snoring that sounded eerily similar to a cart trying to start. It was such an absurd thing but was so very welcome at the time. Just nothing more than Sif acting like an actual dog rather than the heroic spirit he was supposed to be in the first place. The smile that formed on his lips felt small but was a lot more genuine this time around. He looked back towards the caster and lowered his brow. She looked very awkward at this point, her eyes darting between himself and Sif several times before she gave a nervous chuckle and shrugged her shoulders. He never really left once he showed up and was asleep when I got here. She explained further. Though it wasn't just me who arrived, most of the other servants made a point to stop by as well and see how you were doing, was the continued explanation, eyes darting left and right before she leaned closer to him, dropping her voice into a hushed whisper. There were even these two new ones I haven't seen before. This tallish woman with white hair and this big person with, she brought her hands up and pointed either side of her head as though she had horns. This odd helmet. Ritsuka blinked at her once, then his eyes purposefully moved towards the enlarged hat that currently sat atop her head before bringing them back down and staring her dead in the face. He liked to imagine he wasn't letting his true feelings show, but the way in which Beatrice's face fell, it was clear he hadn't been as subtle about it as he wished. The woman lowered her hands and crossed them over her chest, sharply turning away from him in a huff. This hat has been in my family for generations, you know. She muttered under her breath, then uncrossed her arms and started tapping the tips of her fingers against one another. It might look a bit large but this is a sign of prestige for forest sorcerers, you know. He didn't because he'd never really asked. Which seemed a little distant. And he would rather talk about something else right now. He knew a conversation would be coming but for right now he would rather just talk about anything else. What do you mean by prestige? She paused at his question, then turned to him with a bemused expression. Is it like some sort of achievement? Only the most skilled witches and wizards can wear large hats. He pointed upwards towards her head before lowering back down. In which case, he chuckled somewhat. How big was the largest? Beatrice's expression shifted between several emotions from surprise, to embarrassment and then finally to something like exasperation, shaking her head from side to side and lowering her hands to her lap. Her lips thinned. Nothing like that, the size of the hat was a way of determining how extensive your knowledge was rather than denoting skill. She reached up, grabbing the brim of her own and pulling on it slightly. Those with larger hats were those who excelled in the fields of knowledge, though I'm told it was an old practice from when sorcery wasn't as extensive. Ritsuka hummed and nodded his head. I take it that it would have become rather extreme then. Beatrice gave him a wry smile. To say that least. You've seen how big my hat is. Others like Big Hat Logan were the foremost masters of the mystic arts. She lowered her hand back down. Witches could get away with continuing the old tradition because we didn't know much and didn't attend the magic schools. There was something of note about her voice that didn't sound sad but perhaps regretful. It wasn't very popular by the time I was around. He noticed her diminutive nature return. How come? It was seen as a little silly. Searching for the right word, that was evidently the one she decided upon. Exhaling and lowering her eyes, running around with a large hat to show that you know more than everyone else was a bit childish. The only reason the likes of Big Hat Logan could get away with it was because of how skilled he was. She waved a hand in his direction. As for the witches and wizards of the forest, it was sort of the only way of denoting what sort of person you were dealing with. We didn't have the same sort of information as the dragon schools. Riduska furrowed his brows before understanding dawned on him, making a small noise of realization, pointing to his head. You used the hats as a way of communicating with people, like wearing a badge that said, "I know things right." Beatrice hummed in affirmation but didn't say anything, interlocking her fingers together. First time out of the woods was a little awkward. I don't think people realized what it meant. Most thought I was taking after Logan, but those who did understand were. She sighed. They didn't say anything, but they didn't really need to. I'm not mad, we were always a little behind the times compared to everyone else. Screw those guys. Beatrice jolted at his words, turning to him in surprise and opening her mouth to speak, though he was just letting himself run wild at this point. Wear the biggest hat you can find. Heck, go outside in a high-vis jacket or something. He pointed towards the hat. Way I see it, that just means you know a heck of a lot more than me. His smile turned a little crooked. Everyone has their quirks, and it's not like wearing a big hat is the worst thing in the world. Hell, if this Logan can wear big hats and get away with it, no sense that you can't as well. Beatrice stared at him in silence for a few moments, then her expression softened to something rather distant. Dear me, I'm here to try and comfort you and you turn it on my head. Shaking her head from side to side, she turned away from him and let out a breath. That's a little embarrassing, isn't it? I wouldn't say that. Ritska replied with a shake of the head, his lips thinning out before being drawn into a small frown. I suppose I just wanted something to talk about that was a little out there compared to. He trailed off, glancing to the side of them and towards Sif for a few moments. It was just something to talk about, I guess. Just for a little while at least, something different. I suppose I can do that much. The caster responded slowly, then the flighty nature emerged for a brief moment. But I can't promise they'll be all that interesting. My life wasn't really something special compared to half of the people that are in Chaldea right now. Right now, Ritska shrugged, I could do something a little mundane. He was silent for a moment before he realized something. When do you think you'll have to get Roman and the director? The director would certainly. The director. As the director. Oh, she's fine. Beatrice virtually flew into comforting him, raising her hands up towards him and nodding her head up and down with such vigor that her hat was very nearly launched off the top of her head. She came back with you and everyone else. She's actually been here the most compared to Mash and Romani, pretty much once every hour for the last few days. Few days. He let out a strangled noise. He had been out that long. What had happened when he was asleep? What happened to everyone else when he got knocked out? Where was Mash? Where was Ash? His expression cracked, torn between wanting to put it off and it steeled a moment later. Putting things off was what got them into this mess in the first place, rather than facing them head on. He had avoided facing some things for a while now, always thinking about doing them at a later time, and then it was much too late by that point. All those servants, Ash's break, and even the other world. Everything they had been putting off as best they could. Beatrice. The woman perked up. Could you go and find the director? The caster looked him up and down for a moment, expression twisting between something for a moment before it fell into apprehension. Are you sure? Why, you could still get some rest. She offered instead, reaching over and patting the bed to prove a point. You've only just woken up and really, you could do with something. Betty. He cut her off, looking her in the eye. She froze at the use of the nickname before she closed her eyes. With pained reluctance, she nodded her head up and down and picked herself up off the bed. If that is what you wish, master, she remarked with a small shake of the head, turning towards the door and advancing on it. pausing just shy of opening it and turning around to look towards him, meeting his eyes with a troubled look on her face. Just make sure you don't push yourself too hard. Her own expression turned a little forlorn. I know what happens when you do that. It's not very good. He probably didn't have much of a choice right now. Olga had practically torn her way through the door the moment news had reached her, all but blurring down the hallways irrespective of whatever anyone else was going to think when they saw her. Right now, what she was aware of was that Fujimaru was awake and that he had asked to see her. The latter part was wholly unnecessary as she would have gone regardless of whether or not he asked for her. But there was something in regards to the fact he asked which showed that he was taking this as seriously as she was. Though the fact she had been alerted practically in the dead of night meant that she wasn't in much of a position to bemoan the fact it was a servant who informed her and not Romani himself. Especially since she had been the one to give him a break in the first place. Nearly 4 full days hovering over Ritsuka without an ounce of rest would hardly make his level of care anywhere near something useful. Though she hadn't expected Ritsuka to awaken, quite literally, an hour after she sent Romani off and had just been ready to head off to bed herself. Having more than enough sense to change out of her night clothes at least, but she very much doubted that a white button-up shirt and smart black trousers were much of an improvement. The top priority was Fujimaru's current condition and assessment of his combat capability. That was why she was so anxious. If he was harmed in any physical or mental way, then it would seriously affect his ability to command servants in future singularities, and it might even emerge that he was a liability rather than a boon. There was just no way that she would know any of this until she actually got in there and spoke with him. It also meant they could finally get a complete story about what occurred in the singularity, but that would obviously be something for a later time and date, not mere moments after he had awoken. No. First priority was to ascertain Fujimaru's condition, and whether they could do anything about it. The hiss of the door in front of her never felt more slow in her entire life. Between this and entering the room with Ash, she was beginning to wonder who designed these doors and why they made them so slow in the first place. If you wanted to get somewhere quickly, you had to stand in front of a metal door which would slowly pull itself open with an audible click. Quite why they couldn't have regular push and pull doors was beyond her ability to understand. With the final click, she took in a deep breath and moved into the room, eyes instantly locking onto the shape of Fujimaru, only briefly pausing as she caught sight of the saber wolf standing up to their full, and moderately intimidating, height and facing her direction. She locked eyes with the servant for a good few seconds before it gave a light sniff and then lowered itself back down, sitting on its rump and still managing to be taller than she was. Not that Fujimaru seemed to care, the dark-haired boy looking at her with a tired expression while his left hand was outstretched and slowly running his fingers through the fur around the collar of the wolf, likely some method of keeping himself calm, and the wolf seemed to relish in the attention if the now closed eyes were any indication. She quickly dismissed them and focused solely on the master candidate currently lying on the bed. Keeping her expectations realistic had lowered most of the shock factor of seeing him in this current state. He looked more than a little tired even after his days-long rest, faint bags under his eyes and the lines of his face more pronounced. The lack of a posture was also noted as he was sat up on the bed, his right hand rose just a touch to give her a faint wave before it lowered back down. Hey, director. His voice was hoarse, sounding as though he had been screaming, but he had gone more than a day without water, relying solely on an IV drip to keep his fluids up, so there was that. Though he seemingly noticed it once again, right hand coming up and rubbing along his throat with a minorly irked expression on him for a few moments before he pulled his hand away. Sorry about the voice, didn't wake up very well. She was so dumbfounded by the words she wasn't even sure how she was supposed to respond to them in the first place. It would seem there was a running theme about Chaldea in regards to people making absurd statements that seemed solely aimed towards pressing her nerves. Olga quickly worked to push her reflex response down, keeping her face steady and giving a single nod of the head. I can afford you some lapses in manners given your current condition. There, that was a suitable enough response. Fujimaru even went so far as to give her a twitch of the lip that almost looked like a smile, though there was something wrong with his eyes when he did that. As though he didn't mean it in the least, but it didn't look as though it was aimed at insulting her either. "Thanks, Director," he responded again, swallowing though really quite weakly. She internally sighed at the lack of sense from around the servants, eyes drifting away from Fujimaru and towards the direction of one of the cabinets. She was certain that Romani would keep some manner of cup in here, and there was a sink mounted into the wall not too far from them, so quite why no one had thought to give him something to drink thus was boggled her mind. Was she the only one thinking straight around here at the moment? A short trip to the cupboard and the tap later, she was all but shoving the cup into Fujimaru's hand. The boy muttered a thanks to her which he only managed about halfway through before she silenced him with a look. "You can thank me by being able to speak clearly and concisely." He stared at her, then nodded once before taking a drink from the cup. She made sure to watch him. His movements were a little sluggish, but she jotted that down to going days without moving and having only just woken up. As he finished his short drink, she hummed in approval and folded her arms over her chest. "I suspect that Romani will be along soon enough. Comply with his requests to ensure there are no lasting physical problems." She gave him a pointed look. It would be unfortunate if something. Olga trailed off in her words, catching herself at the last moment. It was obvious that something would have happened to him down there, so that felt like stating the obvious. She wasn't going to humiliate herself quite like that. "It would be best if we ascertain the extent of harm that has been done." Fujimaru looked up at her, then gave a silent nod of the head as he returned his left hand back to himself, placing it around the cup and sitting it on his lap. What happened after I came back? There will be time enough for a debrief once you are rested and fully healed." The dismissal was delivered swiftly and with a wave of the hand. What he needed to be focused on as of this very moment was his own health rather than the situation around Chaldea. It wasn't. It was only something that would make matters worse. Fujimaru slowly shook his head from side to side, bringing his eyes away from the cup on his lap and locking onto her own. "With all due respect, Director, I'd rather know." The resolution in those sapphire orbs of his cut through whatever argument she had been about to make. Her jaw rolled back and forth the longer she stared into his expression. Clicking her tongue, she closed her eyes and broke contact with him first. Even now, she couldn't quite compete with his level of determination, though now she was wondering where it was coming through after all that. There was always the chance he didn't remember, but that would be almost too good to be true. "That would depend upon how much you are aware of." Castor escaped with Gwyn and the Holy Grail. She felt her features twitch as he delivered the words with such bluntness that it would be as though he spoke the tongue of hammers. Mordred, Percival and Priscilla are dead, and he trailed off for a moment. She opened her eyes and glanced at him, face devoid of emotion but his brows furrowed slightly. "Ash got." His jaw tightened. What happened to Ash? Her pause caused a wave of panic to roll across his face. Hands tightening around the cup and his eyes snapping shut, biting his lower lip after a moment longer and hunching his head forwards. He is in Chaldea for the moment. And just like that, the tension flooded out of his body and he released a single breath. She just barely caught his words under his breath. Thank goodness. Her jaw clenched at his relief, but she allowed it to pass by. He slowly brought his head back up, then inhaled. I know Mash got out, but how is? Kyrillite is fine. I sent her back to her quarters not long before I was told you awoke. For much of the same reason as Romani, she wasn't going to have her sleeping inside this room of all places, and worrying over Fujimaru was hardly going to get him up any faster. Shall I assume you recall what occurred towards the end of the Singularity? Yeah. How? Clearly. Very. Olga found it very hard not to flinch, instead settling on closing her eyes and taking in a deep breath. Because of course he would remember everything that happened, she didn't even need to hear about what he experienced to know what it would be like. Not that it was an experience she could relate to him about, having his body lose control and then go on to kill 3 individuals without his own say in the matter. Her eyes opened back up, staring into his own. How are you currently feeling, Fujimaru? He opened and closed his mouth several times, then glanced down and took another short drink of the water before he muttered out under his breath. Fine as I can be, I guess. Fujimaru. She cut him off, putting some strength into her words and practically demanding that he bring his attention back to her. After everything of the last few days, what she would appreciate, first and foremost, was finally some honesty. Given that there seemed to be a lot of people just hiding their true thoughts just to make others comfortable or to fit into a mold or whatever. She would just appreciate the truth. I would like you to consider the consequences of lying not just to me, your superior, but to yourself in terms of future deployments. He stayed silent, staring up at her with those dull eyes of his. Now I shall ask you again. Repeating the words, she lowered her hands back to her side and let the sternness melt from her face. How are you currently feeling, Fujimaru? This time, he gave her a rather empty smile. Not great. Yeah, that's what she figured. By the bonfire, the cost of sin, Part 4. Having a light shine directly into his eyes would not be what he considered a fun time, but it was all for his own personal health so he could understand that. Well, understand it in principle. In practice, it was someone shining a torch directly into his eyes which did hurt just a little bit. Pupils are still sensitive to light. Romani spoke aloud as he moved the torch along to his other eye, humming to himself before turning it off and giving him an apologetic smile. But that's to be expected with a couple of days without access to a light source. The fact that they're reacting so strongly is a given, and if you're able to track the light well enough through all that, then we can say that your eyes are probably working well. Clicking off the torch, Romani lowered it back down, though the stoic expression remained on his face as he looked over Ritsuka. The boy honestly felt as though he was being put under a microscope. It had been ages since he last went to a doctor for any reason, and being put through all this treatment by Romani of all people felt a little bewildering. It must have showed on his face because Romani's expression twisted into concern, his brows tightened and he pulled his lips down into a mild frown. Are you experiencing discomfort anywhere, Fujimaru-kun? You've got a troubled expression on your face. He shook his head from side to side. No, it's just, you being serious is such a strange thing to wake up to. He muttered quietly, blinking the spots out of his eyes and raising his hands and running them over him. He heard the doctor groan in front of him, then lowered his hands to see the man leaning back into his chair with an almost put-off expression. Gesturing to himself, Romani turned to the others in the room. Is it really that big of a surprise that I am actually good at the job I was hired for? I feel like everyone's expectations of me are really terribly low. If he was expecting sympathy, then perhaps directing the question to the director herself wasn't the smartest choice. Shown when she barely spared him a glance before she replied in an unflinching tone of voice. Given the manner in which you carry yourself on the best of days, I would say that you would be better served in providing others with a greater image of yourself beyond the mild theft of desserts and sweets. There was a brief silence before she closed her eyes. That being said, I would have been more surprised if you were not competent in this role, given that you were hired by my father for it. The director's eyes lingered on Romani for barely a second more before they returned to him, her brows pinching together and her lips pursuing, now staring at him with complete silence. His intrusive thoughts probably got the better of him, tightening his grip on the blanket of the bed and pulling it closer to him and drawing it up to his shoulders. A move which earned a twitch of the eye from the director before she closed them and let out a small breath. What else would you need to conduct? Romani hummed for a moment. I'd still need to test his reflexes and his blood pressure, but the latter always looked good on his monitors over the last few days. The reminder once again felt like someone slapping him. He'd never even been asleep for over half a day and suddenly nearly 4 had passed him by. It was, how much had happened with him away. That being said, he wasn't awake for those readings, so I'll need to take them again. Getting his muscles moving again would also be a pretty good start for everything, but we'll need to take it slow. Ritsuka felt his throat dry. His arms and stuff did feel a little slow, but he wasn't suffering from atrophy or something, was he? Then again, he hadn't been moving for days, so it was possible. He thought at least, but Romani was the medical professional here, so he would know more about it, and he hadn't said anything yet. So, he was probably fine, physically at least. The doctor offered him a faint smile. I think one of the biggest worries for the time being will be the overcrowding, especially given most of the servants have been fairly antsy these last few days. Bringing his hand up, he rubbed the back of his neck and rolled his jaw. But yeah, getting some food back into him would probably be a good idea. Nothing serious right now though, you've been taking pure nutrients for the last couple days. Yeah, he could still feel the little prick where the needle had gone into his arm. He really hated needles, so I'd say something light. Soup would probably seem a good bet. The director nodded her head up and down, then glanced at him. I shall pass a message along to the mess hall regarding some food. For the time being, your focus will be on rest and recovery. She brought up a single finger, and do not allow just do not overburden yourself with the concerns of the servants. They will be allowed to visit you as they please, but not in such great a number. Romani will be here for any concerns you might have medical-wise. Ritska nodded once, then closed his eyes. I think I've been doing an awful lot of rest as of late, Director. He offered her an empty smile as he continued on. I think the problem is I've gotten too much rest. And throwing yourself into work too quickly will only cause you to worsen your condition. He jolted in his bed at the sudden intensity to her voice, shrinking back as she marched around and towards him, folding her arms over her chest and staring down at him. A fierceness in her eyes that rooted him on the spot and all but demanded his attention. Listen closely and consider this an order from me. Make sure that you return yourself to 100% within an acceptable span of time, but not in such a way that you are overtaxed. If you are desperate for something to do over that span of recovery time, I shall see to it that you receive some of the after-action reports. She was silent for a moment, then spoke up. Romani can forwards the results of the Scandinavian singularity to you. His eyes widened. Scandina, there's another one. He was already halfway up before the expression on the director's face twisted once more and her arm blurred towards him, the flat of her hand pressing down on his shoulder and pushing him back into the bed. Are you stupid or something? She snapped at him with a tone of irritation and shock. I just tell you to relax and then you're ready to fling yourself out of the bed without a second thought. Are my orders just suggestions to you or something? She cut herself off, then snapped her jaw shut and let out a sharp breath through her nose. The singularity has already been resolved and there are elements that require further study. Especially if the servants involved within the singularity arrive, it would be best for you to familiarize yourself with them and the nature of the ending. Something passed through her eyes as she spoke, something that Ritska couldn't quite pick up on, but it looked to him like sadness. She withdrew her hand from his shoulder and took a single step backwards. Kyrielite will be here soon. She was informed of your recovery and awakening not long ago. She made a show of glancing towards the clock on the wall. I would estimate her arrival within the next 5 minutes, perhaps less if she was too. The door opened quickly, cutting off the director mid-sentence, accompanied by the cry of, Senpai. Ritska's eyes fell onto the girl as she practically flew into the room, sliding to a halt, literally sliding as she stopped running faster than her body could handle, and shooting past the director who sidestepped with an alarmed look on her face, though her expression quickly tightened as she stared at the girl for a moment before exhaling. Or less if she is to run through the hallways. Whether Mash heard her was immaterial. The girl was standing next his bed with a relieved expression on her face, her eyes closed and her head dropped as she leaned forwards, almost like a puppet with their strings cut. Only her hands placed on the side of his bed kept her upright as he barely caught her words above the whisper they were spoken at. Thank goodness. Ritska stared at her, thinning his lips and opening his mouth to say something, but nothing sprung forth to his mind. Saying something like, I'm fine, would be difficult considering he didn't believe that himself. At this point, the best he could really do would be to state the obvious. Hey, Mash, she looked towards him as he spoke, actually catching a proper look at her face. She was rather disheveled looking, but he didn't know if that was worrying over him or because she had probably been running through the halls. He'd rather it be the latter than the former. He brought up his right hand in a small wave. He didn't smile but he didn't frown either. I'm awake again. And we're all glad to see it. He glanced past Mash towards the door, which had remained open courtesy of Da Vinci standing in the doorway, leaning on it and offering a small but welcome smile. Nodding her head to him once before stepping away and moving into the room properly. I would say you gave us quite a fright, but Romani is good at what he does when he really puts his mind to it. She continued on, gesturing to the doctor as she did so, though she didn't take her eyes off him. That and you're a tough cookie. She stopped at the foot of his bed, her hands going to her hips and her expression softening into something more in line with real relief. That probably wasn't the best word, he would probably correct it to pure relief. I'm glad to see you're also awake, Fujimaru. He let out a small noise as he adjusted himself onto his bed. I'm feeling pretty crowded now. He didn't close his eyes though, instead he aimed his vision towards his bed and kept it there. Glad to see that everyone else is doing good. It sounded awkward to him as well, and given that Mash looked 2 seconds from bursting into tears, it was probably a bad thing for him to say. In fact, he didn't know what else he was supposed to say. Sorry for putting you all through this. There will be enough time to visit him later. The voice of the director cut through the crowd. Ritsuka blinked once and glanced at her, watching as the woman turned to the assembled duo of Mash and Da Vinci and placed her own hands on her hips, as though to mirror that of the caster. And overcrowding him now is not going to do anything more than leave him disorientated. I'm with the director on this one. Romani supported with a nod of the head, though letting Mash hang around should be fine enough. She's been beset with worry since they got back, so, he trailed off. Yeah, Ritsuka inhaled before he exhaled, slowly locking his hands together and staring blankly at them. He should have figured that was going to happen. It was bound to when it was obvious so many people cared about him. It wasn't just what Castor had done, it was. He closed his eyes and shuddered, banishing the thoughts from his mind before bringing his head back up, offering a tired expression and nodding his head to the doctor. I'd rather Mash stay. Figure I could probably do with some conversation to get the, brain pistons firing again and all that. He pointed towards his head for a moment, awkwardly stumbling onwards. Also, figure I could ask what else happened while I was out, probably something interesting, right? Anything would be good. Actually, there was a lot that he really wanted to know and wasn't sure where he was even supposed to start. The idea of going back to rest now, after everything, was just, it felt wrong. It felt as though he was going to be sick if he laid down and did nothing. That being said, there was one thing that he wanted to know. His eyes slowly turned towards Olga and looked at her, feeling the burning question on his lips as he opened his mouth and spoke. What happened to the caster? Judging by the way the temperature of the room all but plummeted, the expressions on everyone's faces fizzling out increasing, he imagined that it wasn't going to be a good answer. He wasn't expecting a good answer either, but given that they were all still alive, then he could at least count his blessings on that front. A silver lining, as it were. Yet even to him, that felt like a pretty thin silver thread to latch onto. But, being alive after all that was. It was probably a win. Even if it didn't feel like it right now. An exhale of breath brought his eyes over to Da Vinci. The caster closed her eyes and brought her hand up to her head, rubbing the bridge of her nose before she lowered it. Her expression was devoid of emotion as she spoke in a somewhat clinical tone of voice. The readings cleared up after the reality marble you were trapped in dissipated. We were able to track the caster and the singularity, but... She closed her eyes. It would seem as though the caster's true name was Seath the Scaleless, the dragon progenitor of magic from the other world, and he took hold of the Grail that was responsible for powering the singularity. He incarnated himself into some manner of temporary body and then used the Grail to evacuate both himself and Gwyn to another singularity. Ritsuka sniffed, then slowly nodded his head up and down. Yeah, what I figured. Da Vinci's face twisted upwards, a smile forming on herself once more, but that isn't to say that we're out of luck yet. There's no chance they won't appear in the future, and we've got plenty of servants who'll know all the tricks to getting them. She brought a hand up and gestured to herself, Don't worry about it, we'll be sure that we're not taken by surprise a second time. You mean me? He corrected with a strained smile and a shrug of his shoulders. I was the one who said to trust him. Everyone else said how dangerous it was and I went ahead and said I believe in him. He wet his lips and closed his eyes, hanging his head low. You know he even listened to me. Sure, he was a bit abrasive but, I thought we sort of understood each other and then. Fujimaru-kun. Romani's voice sounded out from somewhere but he wasn't really paying too much attention to that at the moment. You should probably. I guess he did listen to me at the end though. The words were flowing from him pretty easily now, perhaps he just needed to say them to make sense of it all. Bringing his hand up and wiping his face. I mean, he'd already killed Mordred, Percival and, he killed his own daughter as well, just killed her like it was nothing but then he just leaves after I beg him not to kill anyone else and, I don't know if it ever. Fuimaru. He jolted at the stern voice appearing close to him, turning his head and finding the director stood near him with an indiscernible expression on her face. Castor lied to you. You are no more at fault for listening to his words than I am for placing so much trust in Lev Lanor. Being put into a position where this Castor established themselves as someone that could be trusted was either part of their plan or merely something else. Bringing her arms up, she folded them over her chest and thinned her lips. It has been your agreeable nature to those around you that has aided you thus far in contracting with servants and Seath preyed upon this trust. The only one who can be blamed for his actions are himself. She turned around, facing the others in the room, which means our top priorities now are to look for any further signs of either his or Gwyn's presence throughout the timeline. Though, I doubt they will emerge immediately, it would seem that Gwyn was crippled in the aftermath of the battle. Nodding to him once, she continued. Our victory has bought us precious time to recover and plan ahead. Though, for the time being, your greatest goal should be to recover and ensure you are ready to enter the field once more, at the risk of repeating myself again. That is your order for the time being. The director kept his gaze for a moment longer before she glanced to the corner of her eye and waved to the others, Romani, Da Vinci, a word outside. She did not wait for a response from either of them, already stepping out into the corridor with the other two following her out of the room. Ritsuka watched them depart before he let out a short breath. Yeah, the director's words made sense to him but even if she still said all of that, it had been his choice to trust Haku or Seath or whatever his name really was. Being tricked didn't really change all that much, neither the results nor the fact that Gwyn had actually escaped. Senpai, are you? So, what else happened? He felt bad for cutting Mash off but it was a heavy topic and he needed something light, though he had made the effort earlier his mind just wandered right back into it. Difficult as he could still see it whenever he closed his eyes, it was still there. Like a phantom weight in his hands, like they were holding something round and a bit heavier than a watermelon. He also knew the changing of the topic was clunky as could possibly be. It showed that Mash recognized it and gave him a look that made him worried she was going to ask him about it for a few moments before she thinned her lips. Eventually allowing a small but clear smile to grace her features, though it looked slightly forced to him. The director went to see if the spirit origin retrieval system worked and it did. Those were words that some of them he understood, but he understood enough of them to infer what she was talking about. Already, it felt as though he had a vice removed from his heart, though he didn't dare jump to conclusions just yet. Staring at Mash with wide eyes for a few seconds before speaking, his voice barely above a whisper. Does that mean that the others, the ones who? Mash's singular nod of the head felt perfect. He slumped back into the bed and let out an explosive sigh, bringing his hands up to cover his face. Thank goodness, he muttered to himself, his voice cracking as he repeated those same words over and over again. He ignored the streaks of cold sliding down his cheeks, focusing solely on the news that had been delivered to him. It meant that those who had died down in the Singularity, he could get them all back. It didn't change that they died, it didn't change he watched them die but, so long as they came back he was fine with that, he was fine with just that small miracle. And, she also summoned another servant. That brought his thoughts to a grinding halt. though more of bemusement than anything else as he pulled his hands away from his face, turning his eyes towards Mash and squinting at her through the wet lenses that were his corneas. She was a bit blurry, but he could tell even she had no idea what to make of what she said. Huh, I want him checked routinely. Olga waited until the door was closed behind them before she started speaking, not even bothering with trivial details and jumping right to the heart of the matter. She turned around, looking into the faces of both Da Vinci and Romani for a few seconds, seeing neither of them offering anything close to disagreement, which was good. She hadn't been expecting them either. Anything that you think is important, I do not care how trivial, I want it on my desk or in my ear as soon as possible. Romani thinned his lips. I'm not against pointing out problematic behavior, which there is bound to be, but it's more a case of being able to do anything about it that concerns me. He pointed to himself. I have some small understanding of psychology, but I'm not a licensed psychiatrist and I'm not aware of anyone else who could take up the role. He briefly paused to spare Da Vinci a glance before thinning his lips. I'd say Leo could give it a pretty decent shot, but even if he talks about it, a lot of it will be dependent on whether he wants help or not. She frowned at him. I'm not saying he won't. Romani hastily added on, but he's been through a traumatic experience and we won't know how he responds to it until he does. The early Singularities had their tough moments, but this is something else entirely. I shall speak with him as best as I am able, Olga announced. It made perfect sense to her, given that they had some sort of common ground between one another. Though she wasn't sure how much help she would even be on that front. Regardless, there was no one else she knew of that he could empathize with, and her history with Lev would probably help somewhat in. It would at least give her something to go off, even if she didn't know. She saw the expression on Romani's face briefly twist before it reverted back to a blank one. He nodded his head once in clear approval. It looked as though he had been going to say something for a moment before he thought better of it, though she wasn't sure what exactly he could have even said in this position. That being said, it now left them with the other glaring problem in the room. We will need to make an announcement regarding the nature of the London Singularity. She spoke in a measured tone of voice, keeping her words vague enough in case there was a servant hearing them, but with Da Vinci here she doubted it. Given that Fujimaru is now awake, it means that we will need to address it, more so if it diverts attention away from those who are currently looking for someone to blame. And she thinned her lips. It had been no secret that Sullivan had been spreading around word of Ash's betrayal. It was small grace that he hadn't been present for the tail end of the Singularity, it seemed, else they would be in an even worse state. Da Vinci spoke up for the first time. I can attest to the idea that Havel is probably going to stick with us, considering he was betrayed by a certain someone and despises dragons with a passion. She hummed. I would be surprised if he wasn't suddenly motivated to help us even more than before if it meant he could take a crack at a certain someone. Olga nodded once. That was some good enough news. It at least meant that they could rely on the mage-hating berserker a bit more than before, not to mention his prowess against both mages and dragons practically made him Seath's natural enemy. Moving forwards, she suspected he would be of greater importance. The real problem was Archon and Gwyndolin. One was a knight sworn to the service of Gwyn and another was the son of the god in question. Perhaps Sif could be added into that list just to be on the safe side, but she didn't know if the wolf was loyal to Gwyn or to the knight that served him. Romani exhaled. There is no easy way to break this, and I don't see it ending all that well on account of the other world. Given how big a role Gwyn apparently played in it, he brought his hand up and rubbed the side of his neck. Maybe getting everyone together and making a big announcement or something. Call an assembly. She summarized, then pinched her brows and looked away, bringing her hand to her chin and humming quietly. The thought had merit, and it meant that if any of the servants reacted poorly to the news, then they were in a position to deal with it quickly before something happened. Though the thought of gathering all the servants up just so they could form the equivalent of a firing squad weighed on her mind like lead. Her displeasure showed, given that Romani himself grimaced not a moment later. Fact of the matter was, she couldn't think of a better solution to it. Making an announcement over the intercom meant that the servants who were a risk would be let alone to their own devices for a short time without anyone immediately around them. The alternative of not telling them just wasn't on the table. There was no telling when they would meet again, and while she suspected that they would not encounter the god again for some time on account of his injuries, when they did meet again it would only spell trouble. Especially for someone like Gwyndolin. Not to mention the fact that they couldn't conceal Velka forever, and when she stepped out, it was almost certain that she would spill everything regarding Gwyn. Giving them the option to be desummoned if they aren't comfortable with fighting Gwyn seems like the best course of action. Da Vinci spoke up once again, glancing towards her and bringing the attention back to her. We can't make assumptions now, but it's worth giving out the option for those who aren't comfortable with it or feel as though they would be a detriment. That being said, they were all summoned to Chaldea under the mission of protecting human history. It's probably like asking Gareth if she would fight King Arthur. It probably was, and they'd encountered a version of King Arthur twice now. Look, all I'm saying for the moment is to offer them the benefit of the doubt rather than assume they'll betray us. Though I don't doubt they will have some mixed emotions about it. She brought up her hand and shrugged her shoulders. It was always going to be on the table that they would encounter people from their past that they knew and might have even been friends with. Lying to them and saying nothing about Gwyn only to run into him again will just scream that we didn't trust them and ruin relations with them further. Romani sighed. I doubt it's an easy choice either way. At the end of the day, they're Fujimaru-kun's servants, so it's probably best that we leave the choice up to him. He is their master, so, he shot her a helpless look. He's just woken up and you wish to drop this on his head. Olga growled, though more annoyed at the fact he wasn't wrong than anything else. He should be focused on recovery, not the thought that some of his servants might rebel against him. And that isn't even getting into that mess with that idiot we have dumped in one of the cupboards and Ash, though I'm half suspecting that he will want to speak with the latter quickly. It's something that can't be put off for long. Romani remarked with a shake of the head. It's not a favorable situation and there's a lot going on in a short span of time. I'm not sure how Ash has been able to stay around as long as he has, but once his magical energy runs out he's got no master, he'll burn out and who knows what will happen to him then. Olga shot him a dark look. He met it head on. Perhaps if we knew beforehand he was a living being we might have been better prepared. I can't make exceptions for doctor and patient confidentiality. Romani defended with a shake of the head, though he looked more discomforted than confident in his position. Bringing his wrists up and pressing them together, my hands were tied, especially after he revealed himself and all but begged me not to tell anyone. What was I supposed to say? No. Olga opened her mouth to speak, but Da Vinci cut in before her. The problem isn't whether Romani was right or wrong. The problem is what we do with this information now. Ash has made it clear that he views himself as a danger to everyone in Chaldea and thinks of his choices as solely his own, waiting to bear some responsibility for his actions. Actions which only came about by the result of that mental butcher. Olga hissed out, still embittered at the goddess. He was tortured into action. You don't punish someone for breaking under torture. But Ash is demanding it. Da Vinci coolly replied, no, I don't agree with it either, but he's always been lacking in something everyone else had, but every time he talked of his own world, he made it sound thoroughly miserable. So it was waved off as just a product of his environment. Perhaps if the situation had been less dire we could have looked at it further, but the fact is we didn't. Though the words weren't accusing, there was a weight about them that hung in the air long after they had been spoken. Ash is still bound on this notion of duty and he has betrayed his oath to Chaldea. It might have been one of the least successful betrayals to date, but he views himself in the same lens as Lev Lanor. Olga winced and glanced away. She didn't even rank those two in the same league in terms of betrayal, but even still, Ash had been coming to visit her every day with the belief he would one day have to kill her, but never once wishing to do that. Wrapping her mind around his thought process was difficult enough, but there was no helping it. Are you saying that we need to punish him? I'm saying that it would help him. Da Vinci replied evenly, regardless of what we feel, Ash believes he has done something wrong and, in a way, he has. Irrespective of his actions later on, it cannot be denied that he tried to kill Ritsuka and believed that it was the best course of action to let humanity die. He has done wrong and therefore he expects punishment from that. I'm not saying what the punishment should be, but so long as Ash feels as though justice is done, then that is the important thing. Bringing her hands up, Da Vinci offered a helpless shrug. Ash is stubborn, that much we have always known. The longer we deny him he's done something wrong, the longer he is going to dig in his heels, and the lack of punishment is probably going to drive him up the wall, and that's not even accounting for his current state. Olga frowned. Current state. Romani thinned his lips. I looked over at him earlier today. I don't know what his class is now, but it isn't a saber. There's skills added to him that I cannot even begin to wrap my head around, but the self-sealing skill is back on him. He offered a thin smile. So, he's limited himself down to a rank where he's probably comparable with that berserker you recently summoned. In terms of ranking at least, much more powerful than when he was a saber, but not as powerful as those readings in London. That was news enough, and at least she was getting told about it now rather than later. Though the idea that he was running around in some unknown class was concerning to her. Is this the same class he was in during London? Romani shook his head. No, this class is different. Though he was another unknown class in London, but that was towards the end and only for a moment before he started changing between them from whatever happened to him. He brought his hands up and rubbed his arms. Though all of this is probably not something to be discussed right now, I'll need to keep an eye on Fujimaru-kun to make sure that he's recovering well enough. Olga nodded to him, explained the situation regarding the singularity as well in case he accidentally lets slip to a servant without intending. I'll make my way to the cafeteria and procure some food for him. I'd recommend some oatmeal. Da Vinci commented with an idle look on her face. It's a good breakfast cereal, and considering Fujimaru has been asleep for a while, he could probably do with some. High in fiber and all of those other healthy goods. A bowl of oatmeal. Well, a fairly sensible solution. I'll do just that. She turned around and started to make her way back through the halls, leaving the pair of them behind. At least Fujimaru was awake once more, though a lot of the problems remained. This was at least one that she could cross off being a pressing concern. It was more relieving that he was up, but the admission that he remembered everything that happened when possessed was only going to lead to trouble in the future, and she wasn't sure how to deal with that. They didn't have a licensed psychiatrist in Chaldea. She doubted any of the servants qualified as well. Romani could feel the burning stare in the side of his head as the director departed from them, making her way back through the hallways towards the cafeteria. He knew what Da Vinci was going to talk about, and perhaps it was something to be worried for, but at the same time it was something that he was going to let happen. You can say it if you want. He spoke after a moment, turning his head towards the caster and watching her expression. She regarded him with a blank stare for a few short seconds before raising a single eyebrow at him. I'm more surprised you didn't advocate against letting her speak with him about what happened, especially given her own nature. You could have said something as well. He pointed out, earning a small nod of the head from the brunette. She hasn't had the chance to really speak about it. She won't talk to me about it, but maybe speaking with Fujimaru-kun will help her just as much as it might help him. Her brow remained raised. Might. He knew she would catch onto that small slip. Their situations aren't exactly the same, and I'm not going to even think about quantifying the pain each of them has gone through. But she knew Lev for years before that happened, and then with Fujimaru-kun and the caster, he sighed, shaking his head from side to side. I just think that maybe it might end up doing more harm than good, but that might be me being a little cynical. I don't want to say that the director was getting past it, but she was improving. Then that happened in Scandinavia, and this new Lord Father figure that's running around, it just feels like she hasn't had a proper break yet. She gave him one of those looks. The same could be said about you, but putting them together is a good idea. She frowned. Perhaps this isn't the best catalyst for them, but it does help to have someone who understands you, even if just a little bit. They'll both be going through some tough times, and I think Fujimaru can really help her. They can help each other. That was what Romani was hoping for, but he wasn't going to say it aloud. that would probably end up jinxing it or something like that. He offered Da Vinci a faint smile and a nod of the head as he turned his attention back to the door. Well, we'll just have to see where it all ends up. I won't keep you, as I understand it the director has you working on some sort of encyclopedia. Da Vinci rolled her eyes playfully. I'd call it more like a travelogue than anything else, given how sparse information is. Though it is better than nothing and it's keeping Elrin busy with something, it's also keeping Sullivan away from everyone else, so it's more of a two-pronged victory on that front. Talk about troublesome individuals, Sullivan and Ash were probably the two servants who hated each other just as badly as the other, yet they hadn't once come to blows, though it was impossible to think that even a common goal would erase old grudges. Tell Elrin I said hello if you run into her. Will do. Da Vinci waved to him, turning around and walking back through the hallways in the opposite direction to the director's exit. Waving her hand as she did so, Romani watched her leave before turning to the door and opening it up. He barely made it a single step into the room before Fujimaru's dumbstruck voice boomed out from across the room, a mixture of excitement and awe in his voice. When was anyone going to tell me that the director full-on summoned a servant? Blinking, he opened and closed his mouth before his eyes wandered away from Ritsuka and towards the lilac-haired girl stood next to him. Mash offered him a vaguely apologetic look as she spoke. Senpei asked if anything happened and I let him know about the arrival of Berserker. It seemed harmless. Snorting, he waved his hand. It's fine. Though I take it that if you've learned about that then you also know about the spirit origin retrieval, he commented, walking towards his desk and sitting himself down behind it. Though he kept his eyes on Fujimaru as he did so, the expression of the teen twisted for a moment before it turned troubled. I heard, yeah, he nodded his head up and down, then shrugged. Don't get me wrong, I'm over the moon about it, but it feels like it would have been nice to know. There was a short silence before he spoke again. Doesn't change what happened, but it would have been nice to know that there was a way of bringing them back after. Romani hummed, you're probably right on that part, though I think we just let it slip our minds. That was the only reason he could think of why it hadn't come up as a topic of discussion yet. Not to mention that it would probably be a rather dour conversation topic to have. Because the moment you get introduced to the retrieval system, there's always that bit where you're going to go, am I going to need to use this? At least that's how I felt when I heard about it. Fujimaru didn't speak immediately, but he did nod his head up and down once more in what was an understanding manner. I guess that makes sense, yeah. I probably would have been thinking about it like that as well. I don't know, it might have felt a bit like a safety net or something that I could rely on to know that if I messed up then it wasn't permanent for them or something. Well, what's done is done, I guess. There was nothing else he could say for it, though I'm surprised that you haven't tried to convince me to immediately take you down there. Romani couldn't help but notice he leaned forwards, resting both his arms on his desk and studying the expression of the teenager. Fujimaru's lip curled upwards in an almost knowing smile. I would love nothing more too, he confessed immediately, though that should have been a given. The sort of thing that didn't need to be spoken, but all the same, it was better for clarification. Romani watched Fujimaru send Mash a small look before his eyes fell onto him. But I doubt I would get that far and would probably exhaust myself trying. I don't want to cause further trouble for people if I don't have to, and when I'm all good and strong I can head down there. First thing I'll do as well. Romani let out a small huff of air, his lips curling upwards. I expected you would say something like that. Just make sure that you're actually fully rested and healed up before you go charging down the hallways. He paused for a moment before continuing on. That, and once the director lets people know you're awake, you'll certainly be in for a hectic time with visitors. He could already imagine them running back and forth, namely the more overly concerned servants. Ritsuka hummed in response before he paused, then furrowed his brow. So wait, was all that happened the director summoned a new servant? Another pause before the teen looked at him with blatant confusion. A berserker. I'm not sure what to make of that, Romani replied after a moment, raising his eyebrows and sending a look towards Mash just in case he was missing something. Though, Fortunately, she looked just as curious to what he meant as Romani currently felt, so at least he wasn't that behind on the times. Were you expecting something more exciting? No, it's just that, Ritska exhaled, bringing his hands up and rubbing his head. This sounds weird, but I just thought that maybe Gwyndolin would have had something to say, or maybe Archon or Havel. You know, what with the whole Gwyn thing, just hearing that 4 days have passed and we haven't had another problem. It's actually, he lowered his hands, a faint smile played on his features for a brief moment before it vanished. It just feels relieving actually that things didn't fall apart. Romani wet his lips, then nodded his head up and down. Yeet. His voice cracked as he spoke, internally wincing at how shoddy he sounded. Sorry to say that not a lot of excitement happened. For the most part it's been keeping you all healthy and that. So big time focuses on healing up. He knew it sounded like a poor enough sort of lie to him, or more along the lines of an omission, but it got worse when Ritska pinched his brows together and then turned his eyes towards Romani, then towards Mash before they closed. Letting out a single exhale, it became apparent to him that Fujimaru had sussed out what was really happening, but it wasn't that big of a surprise. They don't know, do they? No, senpai. Mash sounded ashamed as she spoke, something that put a dent in Romani's heart considering that it had been an idea he and the director had come up with. She was just doing what they asked her to do. It was a rush to get you here, and then there was. We can talk about it later, Fujimaru-kun. Romani gently cut into the conversation, bringing the attention of the others to him. Fact of the matter was that we were worried about getting you healthy first before we started throwing in all the problems that came with what happened down in the Singularity. With you out of commission, the director decided it would be safer to leave the events of the Singularity at the tail end, vague. The servants who were present agreed. He brought his hands up. We are going to tell them. You don't need to worry about keeping that sort of secret, mainly because they couldn't. But, look, just don't worry about it right now. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Ritska regarded him with a silent stare for a moment before nodding his head up and down. So long as we tell them, how did we figure out Haku was Seath, anyway? He suddenly asked with a curious look on his face. Because he said he didn't know his true name and well, I never heard it, so how did we find out? One of the servants was familiar with them. Romani answered after a moment, keeping his expression blank as Mash shot him a disapproving look. He knew why she was doing that, but telling Fujimaru everything right now would just end up overloading him, especially given that they had derailed so far away from getting him to rest. It felt more like he was going to do more harm than good, but keeping his mouth shut would prove next to impossible because he knew that Fujimaru would try and find out from someone else. She informed us of his true name and everything. Ah, all right, Ritska nodded his head up and down, accepting the somewhat vague answer before he continued on. And Ash. Beatrice said he was still around, but he is. Mash confirmed this time, giving Romani a look that was almost testing to see if he was going to say anything. He remained silent, letting her continue speaking. Ash-san is still in Chaldea, senpai, but he doesn't have a contract with you, but we believe he has some sort of skill like an archer that keeps him around even without a master. But he is not doing well at the moment. Oh, was all Ritska had to say about that. The dark-haired teen frowned and let out a breath. Can I see him then? Senpai. Last time I saw him was when I was blasting holes through his gut. Romani cringed at the blunt and virtually toneless speech he used, opening his mouth to say something but not before being cut off by Mash. That wasn't you, senpai. My hand, I felt it, Ritska dismissed with a wave. I know it wasn't me, but it felt. Never mind. I watched him go down and I thought he was dead, then I hear he's still alive and I just want to speak with him. He's still here and right now, I just don't want to lose anyone else at the moment. So, can I speak with him? He gestured to himself. I'd get up and go and do it myself, but I can't move all that well right now. But I will make the attempt. Romani closed his eyes and exhaled. Ash isn't in the best place for conversations right now. Roman. Look, Fujimaru, I need to stress to you that you are in a bad place right now. Romani bluntly stated, physically, I mean. As your doctor I am telling you that the best thing for you and everyone else right now is to get comfortable and rest up. Because once you're back up and about, then we will work on everything else. Addressing one problem at a time. Taking on too much is just going to end badly. Ritsuka's expression twisted, though he remained silent, rolling his jaw from side to side. Look, I get that you want to help Ash and that's something I support. Romani continued onwards, but doing so at the cost of your own health is going to make him feel worse. His actions in London are already a problem for him and add on to the idea that you could hurt yourself trying to get to him. Just, when you're a bit stronger, probably tomorrow or something, then you can see him. Just, pace yourself first, that's all I'm asking. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. He's lasted this long. Ritsuka hummed in affirmation then relaxed back into the bed. Really the worst that Fujimaru would be physically going through would be muscle soreness from not moving and probably being hungry. There was a good chance he could be out by the end of the day if all went well, but he would prefer to keep him here until he was absolutely certain about it. Getting the blood flow moving through his body again was the most important thing right now. And he didn't envy the position Fujimaru had been put in here. Because it wasn't an easy one. Visitors upon a bedside. What up little dude, was probably the best she could have said when entering the room. Truth be told there had been a little bit of a mouth before brain moment as she entered, probably planning something like saying, hello, or, how are you feeling? But the moment she saw him she just decided to play it cool and nod her head once while speaking. In a polite way, he looked rather down in the dumps judging by the glum face, also the bowl of porridge sitting on his lap looked rather sad as well. The least they could have done would be to chuck in a couple of berries or something, maybe drizzle on a bit of honey. They might have done but from her angle of entering the room, she couldn't actually see them doing anything to it. Literally just a bowl of porridge. What a wake-up meal that was. Ritsuka blinked twice at her, then looked somewhere between smiling and looking all confused, scrunching his nose up like some kind of puppy before he replied to her in a bemused tone of voice. Fairly certain I'm taller than you. Not on that bed you ain't. Again, brain moved slower than her mouth and she ended up blurting out the first thing that came to mind. She was used to rapid-fire conversations so this sort of thing was a little outside her area of expertise. Have some tact you idiot. The chiding voice of Maxwell from behind her caused her to internally cringe, shooting a small look to see the older man stepping into the room with a dull look aimed her way before he exhaled, shaking his head and shifting his attention to Ritsuka on the bed. Word reached us not long ago that you were awake once more and given that it had thus far been a slow day in the command room, we all opted to take a small trip down and visit you. Carrie sent him a side-eyed look. Sure Maxwell was playing stoic and all that but at the same time, this was the guy who currently had his hands behind his back to hide away the small scarf he had spent his time knitting since they bought all those supplies. She hummed to herself and looked away, barely catching the man shooting her a look before he returned to Ritsuka. I would ask how you were feeling but I figure as though that would be a poor thing to ask at the moment. Ritsuka stared at them for a moment before he shrugged his shoulders, making a go to have another spoonful of porridge. I'm alive and there doesn't seem to be any permanent damage to me so, I can't complain about that. She watched his expression, it might have been the lighting or the way his head was angled or perhaps even the tone of his voice but he was probably hiding a lot there. Didn't blame him and she wasn't gonna force him if he didn't feel up for it. God knows that she wouldn't want anyone forcing her to talk about something that she didn't want to talk about, that and he had just woken up so she was sure that he had better things to focus on than getting all down in the dumps. Her eyes landed on the porridge and then she pinched her brows. Wait, you're seriously just eating plain oats? Ritsuka nodded his head midway through a bite. Not just oats. Munier supplied from the side, leaning forwards and adjusting his glasses before he nodded once, lips curling upwards and turning back to the group as he finished adjusting his lenses. I believe the oats have been seasoned with milk. Wow, really adventuring out aren't you? Carrie dryly replied before she shot a narrowed gaze at the bowl. I mean, Who brought that to you? Or did you request plain old oats or something? We've got like 4 different cooks around here and you get oats." The boy looked between the bowl and then for a second before he looked almost embarrassed. "Hey, I like oats. Pretty simple and very filling. Like classics, you know." "Classics, yeah, like tap water." Carrie looked towards the side of the room and stared at the doctor who had remained silent as he looked over his desk, fixated more on the work than he was on what else was happening in the room. "Our man, you really giving Ritska here some boring old oats?" Romani grumbled under his breath as he turned his chair. "Guess that's sticking around." Facing them, he offered a small smile that showed he was at least happy to see them, or grateful. Probably one of the two, maybe even both. Then again, he probably didn't like the idea of having to be in here. He didn't seem like one of those doctors, especially given he spent most of his time not in here. And I'd say getting his strength back up is more important than flavor right now. He's gone days without eating, so something light seemed sensible. She opened her mouth to reply, then paused and slowly closed it again, and before she felt a pout coming onto her face. "Damn, you're right." She was less mad at Romani and more mad at the fact that he had a point. Eating something light was probably the best sort of choice to be made or something like that. She wasn't a nurse or doctor and didn't know that much about the human body to comment on it. "You don't need to sound that put off about it." Romani slumped in his chair and shook his head from side to side. "That being said, I'm surprised it was you 3 who arrived first. I thought we would have gotten jumped by some of the servants by now." "Jumped?" Maxwell parroted the words back, his expression straining. "Are you expecting them to rush in here and steal away the porridge?" He shook his head, quickly changing his expression. "But no, the director caught the servants in the cafeteria and told them to decide in an orderly fashion how they would visit young Fujimaru to ensure that they didn't come bounding through the hallways like a runaway freight train." Romani made a noise of understanding. "Ah, makes sense. They're probably deciding on who goes to visit first then or something. I was just a little confused. Speaking of, where is Mash?" Munier commented, drawing a noise from Carrie's throat as she realized that he had a point. She would have expected to see the younger teenager around here somewhere, given that she stuck to Ritska like a barnacle stuck to the bow of a ship. Probably an offensive analogy, now that she thought about it, maybe the same way that a bee clung to a flower. Wait, that was probably equally terrible for all the wrong reasons. Romani was thankfully oblivious to all the thoughts she was currently having of what was probably his adoptive daughter, turning his head back to the desk and sorting through some of the papers. Mash stepped out for a moment to go and get a board game. Seems as though she's developed a liking for chess, and then Fujimaru-kun was kind enough to offer her a game. "You ever play chess?" Carrie looked towards Ritska. The boy nodded his head up and down. "Are you any good?" Pausing, the dark-haired boy rolled his jaw for a moment before holding up his hand and waving it from side to side. "I'm probably around average, I think. I mean, I would like to think so. I mean, I've lost games before and I've won games before, but I think that's sort of a given when you play chess. Just been a while since I actually did." He flexed his hands open and closed. "Also get my brain moving again and all that." Maxwell hummed in thought for a moment. Where did she have the time to play chess? Leo was teaching her bits and pieces from the sounds of it. They just happened on one of those times when Mash was talking about down times in the Singularities, periods where nothing was going on. He was silent for a moment before he snorted. Leo recommended bringing a travel chess set and even offered to make one. At least that's what Mash told me. Carrie chuckled. As long as it ain't Monopoly, actually, that would be pretty funny. Might even invite some of the servants to. She trailed off, grimacing and realizing just how bad an idea that might pan out in being. Evidently she was not alone with those thoughts, as Ritska himself made a pained expression. Monopoly freakouts were a ritual of the game, but at least the people freaking out didn't have the strength of an elephant. Worse if they ended up playing with a berserker and they landed on a hotel street or something. "Why, you know what? Let's not." Munier chortled at her side. "Yes, quite. I can only imagine the devastation of someone being put out on Mayfair, or being sent to jail." That's a solid endgame strategy though. Romani defended, looking up from his desk once more. At least if you want to avoid landing on any of the really money-losing properties. That being said, I think some of the more level-headed servants would probably appreciate something calm like that. Though now I'm wondering how the servants with high luck would benefit from it, because that would probably count as cheating. He trailed off with a thoughtful look on his face. Ritska spoke up. I'd ask where we would even get a monopoly board, but we could always just make one or something. Maybe make a personalized one called Chaldia, or something along those lines. We have utility cupboards and bathrooms to serve as those things. His expression looked a little more lively as he spoke, something that brought a smile to Carrie's own features even as she debated whether or not they could make one. What about the properties though? Just different parts of the rooms or something. Ritska further explained, replace houses and hotels with, I got nothing on that front. He slumped slightly, though the thoughtful look remained on his face as he took another bite of his porridge. Probably Monopoly is just easier to do, I guess. Something to put a pin into the future, in any event. Maxwell pointed out, allowing just a bit of leeway on the subject and the potential for it to be returned to. Nice of him, though he was still holding that scarf behind his back any longer, and she would actually just take it from him at this point. Though when he cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly, she knew he was finally going to move from it. On another matter, I was using some of my break time, and given that you were the one who purchased the materials for me, I felt it only fitting that you be the first to benefit from it. He slowly unveiled the rainbow knitted scarf he had purchased with the wool. The colors were specially dyed by Da Vinci. Seems she didn't need much of an explanation when I asked for her to alter some of them. He chuckled under his breath as he approached the bed and slowly placed the scarf at the foot of it. The expression on Ritska's face was positively photographic, eyes wide and arms frozen, his attention locked onto the item of knitted clothing as though he wasn't sure it even existed. In fairness to him, it was rather sudden. The teenager lowered the spoon into the bowl of cereal, then slowly set it to one side on the little table on wheels. Carrie idly noted that Romani had looked up and was staring at the gift with the same look of surprise before a gentle smile crossed his features. Maxwell brought his hand up, coughing into his fist once more. While I'm not entirely sure how much use you might get out of it in the future, given the climates vary depending on ray shifts, I still felt it best to knit you something that holds some practical use in the future. It was either this or a pair of gloves, but I wasn't entirely sure how long the latter would take given I haven't knitted in some times, which left me with the scarf. He explained, or practically rambled at this point. Ritska, meanwhile, was now holding the scarf with that still shocked expression on his face before he slowly unraveled it, running his hand through the fabric before his face cracked slightly. Silence accompanied the short sniffle of the teenager as he closed his eyes, reaching up and rubbing his hand across the front of his face, a small wheezing noise leaving him before he managed to eventually speak. Thanks, it's great. He brought the scarf up, sniffling as he did so before wrapping it around his neck and allowing it to hang down. Adjusting his head as though to make it more comforting and then leaning back with it. Wiggling on the bed for a moment before he gestured up to it, a faint smile on his lips and a tiny bit of life back into his eyes as he spoke. How do I look? No one said a word for a few moments. Then Carrie decided to be the one to take the big leap forwards. Like Tom Baker. Both Romani and Ritska snorted loudly at that. The doctor, hey, leaned back into his chair and brought his hand up to hide away his expression as some muffled laughter came out from between his fingers, eyes gleaming with mirth. Ritska, meanwhile, let out a faint chuckle as well, though Carrie was more surprised that the Japanese teenager even understood that reference in the first place. Modern Doctor Who, sure, but the old stuff. Unless he was just laughing for the sake of it. Though the next comment from him killed any doubt in her mind. Just need some jelly babies to carry around. He got out in between laughs as he shook his head from side to side. His mirth was somewhat infectious as she soon found herself with her own wide smile as she stared down at him. He looked happier, if just a bit, which she considered to be a mission accomplished for her time here. I'm glad you enjoy it. Maxwell replied with that same stoic expression on his face, yet Carrie couldn't help but note the slight relaxation in his face from her distance. That and the bit of warmth in his eyes, nor the twitch of his lip upwards. Evidently pleased in his own little way. Then again, the guy did have a wife and kids, so he probably knew all about cheering people up in the touching ways that really mattered. Carrie turned her head as she heard the door behind her hiss open. She caught sight of Mash stepping into the room. The teenager paused and blinked as she suddenly found herself staring at 3 other people in the room. Surprise shone through her eyes for a moment as her lips parted, a single visible eye darting between all of them before she finally spoke, Carrie noticing a small box tucked away under her armpit. "Ah, did you all come to visit Senpai as well?" "Yeah," she responded to the younger girl, placing her hands on her hips and nodding towards Maxwell. That and he wanted to drop off a little present for Ritsuka and wasn't sure how he was supposed to do it, so he brought me and Munier along to try and save face. She glanced out of the corner of her eye, noting the man in question flatten his features and regard her with a dry look for a few seconds. She flashed him a smile that was all teeth, closing her eyes as she did so. A laugh rippled from her throat as she opened her eyes up again, watching it. Maxwell rolled his eyes at her and turned away with a shake of his head, huffing under his breath as he did so. Her attention returned to Mash, the lilac-haired girl, staring at her for a second before she glanced past and then watched shock washed over her features, her eyes lingering on the new scarf around Ritsuka's neck before her eyes darted towards Maxwell. "I didn't know you were so talented, Maxwell-san." The man cleared his throat awkwardly as the younger girl lavished him with praise. "It looked wonderful, senpai." "Yeah," Ritsuka commented with an approving nod of the head. "I like it." His eyes returned to the girl before they roamed down to the box. That the chess set, then. He adjusted himself in his bed, sitting up straight and placing his hands on his lap. Mash approached before she paused and frowned slightly. "You should finish your porridge, senpai." She spoke in a serious tone of voice which had Carrie roll her lips inwards to avoid showing her smile. Soon followed by Mash saying, "And you should take off the scarf so you don't accidentally spill anything on it and ruin it. I'm sure that it would hurt Maxwell-san's feelings." SNRK. Ritsuka glanced at her. She went stone-faced for several seconds before she whirled around and clapped her hands together. "Well, we should probably return to the command room. Don't want to overstay our welcome and all that. Glad to see you're up and maybe we'll visit again, right guys?" "If the time emerges, yes," Maxwell remarked behind her, his own tone of voice shaking slightly with obvious mirth. "In the meantime, I take it that Dr. Roman has already told you to relax, then I shall parrot his words. Take care of yourself and try not to spill anything. The scarf is machine washable but, well, stains are stains for a reason," he commented before following her out of the room. Munier was the last one to exit, nodding his head once to Ritsuka and flashing him a smile. "Happy to see you up, take care of him, Romani." "Will do." Romani offered a single wave of the hand in parting. "I simply do not understand it." Verndari commented aloud as she looked over the board, her hand cupping the chin of her helmet as a thoughtful hum rippled from her throat. They had explained the game to her in detail, and yet each time they did, she could not make sense of some of the roles. Namely, the identities put to each of them. For example, a pawn was a rather derivative and insulting way of labeling those in the service of a king. Turning her head towards Gareth, she maintained her frown all while her friend regarded her with an almost amused smile, a single hand on her hips while her other hung limply at her side. "It is just a game for developing strategy, it's not something that you really need to put a lot of thought into. You say such things, and yet the longer I gaze at the board, the more I find myself puzzled by these titles." Turning to the board once more, she brought her eyes up and stared at the dark-haired boy on the bed, all while the shielder was sitting on a small stool by his side, the table in between the two of them with the game of chess already midway through. Or so they had said. It was difficult to tell who was winning. Why does it have the shape of a battlement yet hold the name of a bird? And why does the queen showcase such prowess on the battlefield while the king is so feeble? It didn't make a lot of sense to her. She would have called it a cultural thing, except virtually every king and queen she knew of should have had the roles reversed in this instance. The king should have been the one to demonstrate ferocity on the board while the queen was the one to be protected. Was this another case of hidden genders or along those lines? Or was there something behind the creation of the story that she remained ignorant of? Ritska, her lord, gave her a bemused expression for a few seconds before eventually making a small noise as his eyes moved between the board and her. The confusion lasted for a few seconds before he shrugged his shoulders. To tell you the truth, I don't actually know. I've never thought about it before today. There was another short silence, then his brows furrowed and he turned his head towards the healer, keeping his brows pinched as he asked his question. You got any idea why chess is like the way it is? Because now I'm curious why the castles are called. Wait, a rook is a type of bird. Yes, senpai. Mash dutifully responded, all while her eyes remained firmly fixed upon the board. It is a member of the corvid family, within the same range as crows, ravens, jackdaws and magpies. They are larger than crows and jackdaws and are easily identifiable from ravens by their white beaks. She looked up and then sported a similarly bemused look as the master. And I do not know why the rooks are called rooks. Gareth chuckled under her breath, drawing the eyes of those in the room. Sorry, it just seems strange that none of us actually know why it's named that way and now we're all thinking about it. The smile remained on her features as she brought her right hand up and scratched the side of her head. It's weird that even with the Grail, I don't know that much. I know the game of chess and how to play it, but the origins aren't really there. The healer made a small noise as he placed his arms upon his table, lips pulled into a thin line and brows raised up his forehead. Another of life's great mysteries that will remain unanswered. A brief pause before he spoke again. I mean, we could probably find out and it wouldn't take anything close to like 5 seconds, but, one moment, I'll send a message to Leo and see what she has to say about it. She's good for this sort of thing. Turning on his messaging device, he tapped away on it. As he did so, Vrindari found her attention returned to her lord as he glanced towards her with a curious expression. On that topic, did you have any sort of board games in Drangleic? Board games, Vrindari hummed, noticing that Gareth was now leaning forwards with no shortage of interest upon her face, much in a similar way that Mash now looked mildly intrigued. There were tasks of strategy which would fall into these categories, I suppose. Though they were based upon honing the mind for combat rather than anything else, fielding units and such things, ensuring the building of trade lines and places of commerce for the people. Ensuring that the lands could be kept at peace and such. Ritska hummed, sounds fairly detailed. It was something that those with the sense devised as a means of passing the time while also keeping themselves aware of battle. Vrindari explained, she recalled her own time making the attempt at the game and being horribly trounced by all others at the field at the time. It was quite the unfortunate situation, but she had been assured that they all went through periods of trial and error when they first began the game. Though Esser Rame had glared at Esser Velstad when the latter tried to reassure her with the failures of the former. It was a game devised by the mind of Chancellor Welliger and found itself as a passing curiosity within the court during the off hours of the watch. How good were you, Vrindari-sensei? Mash asked with a tilt of the head and that same look of intrigue as before, though now she could see that the shielder had asked the question that was burning on the lips of all others within the room. Fighting back a sigh, she brought her arms up and crossed them over her breastplate. I was passable. Though, in truth, I cannot speak for my success, as I would frequently find myself against those who had greater lengths of time than I did to hone their mastery of the game and maximize their efficiency. Shaking her head from side to side, she continued onwards. Therefore, I cannot speak to my true skill beyond middling. Enough to last at least several hours. Hours. Ritska repeated the words back to her in surprise. How long did these games last? Until all opposition was crushed. Vrindari announced, clenching her fist as she did so to punctuate the sentence. Which was, she cringed ever so slightly behind her helmet, thankful for its existence as she slowly loosened her hand. Barring the arrival of dire news, these games would continue until one was decimated. They were large maps, and disasters and random events could start at a moment's notice. Random events. Bandit raids, floods, dragons, kingdoms from across the ocean. She rattled off, raising a finger each time. Poor harvests as well, those could affect how many cities you could keep running, not to mention the upkeep of the standing army, town guard and militia. A great many factors. She fell silent, watching as everyone traded looks between one another before Ritska turned back to her and raised his brows. What was the name of this game again? We just called it Kingdom. That was just what it was known as, nothing more and nothing less. You created a kingdom and made sure it reigned supreme above all others. Thus it was just known as Kingdom. Think you could make it again? If that is your command, then I shall make my best attempt. She responded in a tone of absolute seriousness. Nodding her head once and then immediately turning towards the door. This was something that would take some time to fully create and outconsume many hours to ensure all of the pieces were just right. But if that would make him at least moderately pleased, then it was quite literally the least she could do. The shame of London still burned in her mind. To enter the field and then be taken out so swiftly was shameful. What was the use of a shielder if they could not even protect their lord for a fraction of a second? Aha! She paused when the healer's voice echoed through the room, turning her head towards the man and watching as he swung his chair back around to face them. All right, so first thing is first, Leo asked me not to send her messages like that again, which were marked as urgent, because she was actually worried for a moment. The room as one stared at him in silence. Hey, anyway, she said that rooks earned their name because of the Persian word for chariot sounds like rook. He paused for a moment before elaborating further. And the piece was designed to resemble a chariot in some iterations of the game, but others just call it a tower or a castle. Either or seems to be fairly acceptable, but I guess rook just caught on. That's what Leo says, so I'm just going to take her word for it. Then why not just call it a chariot? Vrindari felt the need to ask, if this language came from this land of Persian, then why would they use the language of a foreign kingdom when describing something with the language of their own kingdom? That didn't make a lot of sense to her. The expression of the man faltered for a moment before he offered a helpless shrug of his shoulders and said nothing else. Evidently, that was all the information she was going to get out of him. It was an answer, she supposed. Turning her head onto Gareth, it lingered on the blonde for a few moments. Studying her expression, there seemed to be no break in her visage, but Vrindari would not be so easily deceived with it. She imagined there was some loss within her friend for the death of her mentor, in spite of all else. Drawing in a breath, she turned on the door once more and then opened it up, stepping out into the hallways. Calamate could understand the stare of confusion, given that the two of them had never really met before, but it looked as though there was something else when he looked at him. Not fear, but a strange look that he couldn't quite place. He spared a glance to Boudica at his side for a few seconds, seeing what she was doing, but the woman didn't seem to be in a rush to say anything. His eyes flickered back towards the boy, Ritska, and the silence between all of them remained. There was sure to be some manner of human custom that he needed to do here. What was it that had been done last time? It was some manner of grabbing a person's hand and shaking it up and down. Was that what this situation called for? That was what humans did when they met one another for the first time. With an internal nod of the head, he quickly schooled his features and took a single step forwards, leaning forwards and casting his shadow over the bed. The dark-haired human looked up at him with the same look of bemusement, though now there was a touch of apprehension in his eyes. Perhaps it was because he hadn't said anything yet. That was probably it. Bringing his right hand up, Calamate turned it to the side and slowly extended his flattened hand towards the boy before stopping it. Keeping his eyes locked dead onto the blue orbs of the younger human, he watched as they flickered between his own and the hand that was pointing towards him. The silence stretched onwards. Calamate was getting the sneaking suspicion that he might have done something wrong here. His eyes turned either side of him to the expressions on the faces of the other humans in the room. Thankfully, they didn't seem to be too concerned. Turning his head a bit further, he was able to spy Boudica's expression. The human woman nodded her head once to him as a show of encouragement, the smile on her face never changing. Then he was doing something right here, good. That was good. His eyes fell back onto Ritska and remained there. Then he split his lips and showed his teeth, curling them up as best he could to mimic the expression of Boudica. Someone made a strange noise, almost like a pig before it was followed by a muffled sound of laughter and an almost whistling noise. Though Calamate kept his attention on Ritska, the boy regarded the hand for a moment, then brought his eyes back up to Calamate's and raised his brows gradually the longer he stared at the expression. Eventually his own hand brought itself up and placed itself within the hand of his own. Confident with this newfound success, Calamate slowly raised the hand up and down, curling his fingers around just enough to surround the smaller palm but not tight enough to actually end up touching it. He knew that some humans could be fragile and Ritska was in a state of recovery from being injured, so he would be extra fragile. Ritska Fujimaru. The boy spoke with a nod of the head. Calamate almost spoke his own name on instinct, fighting back the urge as he recalled why he hadn't told anyone it in the first place. Instead, he mirrored the nod of the head and spoke his class. Berserker. Loosening his hold on the hand, he stepped back and drew his arm back to his side. Ritska frowned for a few seconds before wetting his lips. This might seem a little rude of me to ask, but is that going to be a permanent name for you? He paused for a few seconds before he brought his hand up and waved it from side to side. Sorry, I guess what I mean to ask is it a personal reason? My name isn't worthy to be spoken of in Chaldea. Calamate replied with an assured tone of voice. He was merely stating a simple fact. Though the expression on Ritska's face seemed to twist for a few seconds. Maybe it was the same sort of worry that Olga Marie had when he refused to speak his name. The human might not have been his summoner, but he was his brother now, so it was best to make sure he understood he was safe. If you get into a fight around me, I'll still use my noble phantasm. The look remained on his face for whatever strange reason, perhaps that wasn't the only reason why he was concerned. Calamate felt his lips slowly pulled themselves into a frown before he glanced to the side, seeing that Boudica was looking at him with the same saddened expression as before, though this time it lasted less time than before, fading and the smile returning with a warm note to it. He means well, if you're wondering. She spoke after a few moments of silence, nodding her head towards him. I've been around him enough times and Da Vinci also seems to trust him quite a bit. I'm not sure why Vinci does that. The man, Romani Archman, choked loudly. Calamate cut himself off and turned to the human, now with wide eyes and looking at him with complete surprise, bringing his hand up and pointing at him with his mouth slightly parted. He kept silent for a few seconds, then his jaw snapped shut with an audible click before he slid away on his strange seat and turned towards the blue square and started to type away on it. He recognized it as similar to the talking magics of Vinci, but this lacked a face. Romani paused for a moment, briefly glancing at him once again, then looking back to the blue screen. Calamate blinked before he turned back to Ritska, ignoring the odd display given that nothing seemed to come of it. I'm not sure why Vinci places trust in me because we have never met in person until we did. But I don't think I'm worthy of her confidence. It's a matter of how people view you, Berserker. Boudica gently cut him off. Calamate glanced at her once more, staring up at him with the same gentle smile on her face. For that matter, you've done nothing to warrant distrust either. Just have a little bit of faith in people, even if you can't have faith in yourself. Her eyes remained on him for a few seconds longer before she turned to Ritska. Anyway, his lack of a true name aside, the only thing that I really have against Berserker is a lack of table manners, but we've made some progress here and there. Calamate fidgeted. So long as it kept the goddess away from him, then he would sit through it. She didn't have much of a reason to approach him otherwise, so if he learned the art of cutting up food with tiny weapons, then he would spend much less time around her. Though the same couldn't be said for the moving boulder. He'd avoided being in the same room as them, leaving whenever he caught sight of them. Table manners. Ritska commented aloud with a curious tilt of the head. Well, if that's the only problem then it's fine. He let out a breath as he adjusted himself on the bed. Just getting over it is all. Heard about the director summoning another servant, but I wasn't expecting to meet you this early on. Bringing his hand up, he once more rubbed the side of his head before gesturing towards Calamate. Just a lot to take in is all. How are you finding Chaldea so far, by the way? A question he wasn't entirely sure how he was supposed to answer, not completely. How did he find Chaldea thus far? It was everything he had been expecting it to be, beyond any of his wildest expectations. Even walking the halls was an experience. He had never seen such sights in his life, such smooth steel or different people. All manner of flame kin gathered in the same place, with each of them working towards a common goal. Something that had not happened since it had been aimed at his own people. Yet there was still something that puzzled him, the state of Chaldea and the experience of the flame kin. So close to one another and yet so far, something he could not describe with words. The humans and the summoned ones, like himself, they did not interact with one another as he would have expected them to. For that matter, there was still that feeling in the air that something was terribly wrong, but no one spoke of it openly. It reminded him of times long past. It has been an experience I never thought I would have. He replied to the question after he put some thought behind how to answer it. I am not sure I can explain it very well, but it is new. Even with my broadening imagination, I could not imagine a place like Chaldea ever existing, let alone someone like me walking through it. I am thankful for the chance, even if the reason behind my being here is, he trailed off, frowning to himself and glancing to the side. He felt rather guilty about being so pleased to be here in the first place. Shaking his head, Calamate continued on, I'm finding it enjoyable so far. To be honest with you. Raising his clawed gauntlet, he aimed a finger towards the neck of Ritska, pointing towards the strange multicolored fur wrapped around his neck. For example, I never would have had the chance to see something like that if I hadn't come here. Ritska blinked once, then twice, then looked down to where he was pointing before confusion flooded his features. His head was brought back up and angled itself to one side before speaking in a slow and rather puzzled tone of voice. Why, you mean a scarf? Scarf, is that what they are called? Very interesting, he muttered to himself, leaning forwards and squinting at the item of clothing. Did they all look like this? No. So it is a special scarf. Calamate nodded his head in understanding, then leaned back and rolled his jaw. The idea of differences was still something he was coming to terms with, but he was starting to appreciate it. All these new experiences that would never have happened if everything remained the same. He was more amazed that these humans weren't always in a state of amazement every time they saw something like that. He would never imagine himself getting tired of seeing them, yet he couldn't sense the same level of excitement in these humans. Something like that, Ritska replied slowly, nodding his head up and down before he crossed his arms over his chest, a thoughtful look coming across his features. It lasted some time before he started to talk again. I take it you like making things. I tried once. He looked away from the young human, lips going taut as he worked to keep his expression perfectly straight. It didn't work very well. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. The boy commented in a tone of genuine sadness. He didn't even need to hear the details to show sympathy. That was kind of him, though it was a kindness he suspected he would not be awarded if the boy knew precisely what he had been on the verge of making. Or trying to make it at any rate. Though if he said anything, it would draw attention to himself. On a slightly less depressing topic, Boudica spoke up, clapping her hands together and drawing the attention of the room onto her, a smile upon her face as she spoke. I'm happy to say that Sigward has promised to make you something special for when you get out of the bed and into the mess hall once again. She lowered her hands onto her hips, then winked at the boy. But don't tell him I told you. I think he might be trying to keep it a surprise. Calamate furrowed his brows, turning to the woman and tilting his head. A surprise? Are they normally shouted out as loud as you can? They might be different surprises for humans, but for him a surprise was keeping as silent as possible until the moment was right and then rushing in. Perhaps surprises for humans were just entirely different things compared to surprises for him. Boudica chuckled to herself as though he had said something funny. Well, I did say think, she replied with a faint smile, but chances are he wouldn't mind either way. I know he means to visit you soon and leave a mug of coffee for Romani as well. Yes. Calamate noticed Romani punch the air with a pleased look on his face, only to freeze when he made eye contact with him. He kept silent as he lowered the fist to his side and slowly turned, twisting his head to break eye contact and hiding his expression from him. Quite. Boudica carried on after the brief interruption. But enough about all of that. I'm just stopping by to make sure that you're not overexerting yourself. I know you're probably tired of hearing about it. She brought her hands up, showing the flat of her palms to the boy as she continued on. But I figure that I'll just remind you as well, just to make extra sure that it's really sticking. Because you have that same stubborn look in your eye that the Iceni had when I told them to get bed rest. An odd look came upon Boudica. It's nostalgic for all the wrong reasons. So I'm trusting Mash to keep you in that bed for as long as is needed. Don't worry, Boudica-san. Mash, an odd name for a human but that might have been him, nodded her head several times with a bit of enthusiasm in her as she spoke in a louder than needed tone of voice. I will make sure that Senpei recovers to 100% before he is allowed out. Ritsuka glanced between everyone in the room before he let out a long breath, closing his eyes and leaning back onto the bed. Guess I've got little choice in the matter. It was curious that the words didn't sound like they were serious. Boudica, meanwhile, nodded her head approvingly to the girl. I know I can count on you. In the meantime, if there is any sort of meal you'd like, then don't hesitate to ask. She gestured to herself with a confident smile. I know all about getting strength back up after sitting out for a while, alright. She trailed off for a second before she spoke in a slightly softer tone of voice. Don't worry about it. Just give me a call if you need something. Thanks, Boudica. Calamate kept his eyes on Ritsuka for a few seconds before he let out a short rumbling hum. This was the sort of thing he had been expecting to see from the very beginning, yet it was still shrouded in what he could only describe as sadness. The loss of his family had clearly hurt the boy, he was dealing with it in his own way. Yet if he stayed like that, then things would only end up getting worse. He needed to figure out something to make the boy seem light again, the same sort of way that Calamate had his eyes opened. This time, however, Ritsuka would remain in the light. Yet what was he supposed to do? Ritsuka had lost family, they had fought and died, but they might come back. He didn't know all the specifics, he had come back so they would come back. Yet the feelings of loss would remain even if they did. He still felt the loss for his sisters even if they would come back. The loss for his people even if they came back. So Ritsuka would also be feeling that same sort of loss. So he needed something. Vinci would probably know. Though, maybe it was better to include all of Chaldea, find a way to draw them all into it. It might be him getting ahead of himself, but that didn't make it wrong. If he could do something to help them, then he would do that. Turning away from the room, he approached the door once more and then glanced at the buttons at the side. Pressing the same one he had watched Boudica press and opening the door. Vinci might know, but at the same time, this was something he needed to do. He wouldn't ask Vinci, he would find some way of helping them himself. Though he could not speak for the progress of the master, he could say that they were doing well enough. Even as he would have described it as not something someone fresh from waking up should do. But it had been some hours and the young master hadn't complained, or perhaps he didn't wish to complain. If such a complaint could be heard, that was to say. He spared a glance to his side at the doctor and watched his expression. The man looked troubled enough, yet he had not opened his mouth to speak. The man was a clear coward, though his lack of bravery when it came to using his words would not be the sort to extend to when it truly mattered. He knew the sort. If there was such a real problem he would have spoken already. All the same, he returned his attention to the young master as he stretched closer and closer, extending his fingers towards the tips of his toes. All while the bare-chested Spartan king watched him with his arms folded over his chest. His expression was fixed into an almost blank mask before he made a small noise. I believe that is enough progress for now. Your strength returns as I expected it. Ritska slowly looked up and blinked. I can still do more. Leonidas brought up the flat of his hand and cut him off. Do you know what the greatest danger on the battlefield is? It is not the sword of your enemy, nor is it the climate you fight. It is a man who does not understand his limits and throws himself into danger without preparing himself. He was silent for a moment before speaking again. I know I have been fond of telling you to ignore your limits, but only when you are in prime condition. A weakened man shall cripple himself in such a state. The silence persisted before a grin came upon his features. That being said, I am glad to see that your body's days of idleness have not dragged your health down. Once you are rested, I shall return to claim you once more. Then we shall show even the great heroes who walk through Chaldea, the strength of the ordinary man. It shall inspire them to reach greater heights of prowess. Sasaki allowed himself to remain silent, all while keeping a thin smile upon his features as his eyes rested upon the young master, then gradually moved over to the other person in the room. The golden wings of the young girl and the slightly bemused expression on her face as she floated in the corner, standing next to young Kyrillite showed quite the curious image. Such is this thin fellow. Ah, that would be him that Leonidas was speaking about. Sure enough, the Spartan was pointing towards him. Do not be fooled by his baggy clothes, master. This man hides a lean frame underneath it all, and yet it is perfectly suited for a spear. Lightning fast thrusts and hidden strength. Even as he is thin, there is clearly power behind him. Chuckling lightly, Sasaki slipped his hands into his sleeves and shook his head from side to side. I do not believe that I am worthy of being lavished with such praise. All I do is swing my sword back and forth. Whether or not there is any skill in my movements is for those watching to decide for themselves. The young master stared at him with clear incredulity, straightening himself out and keeping his eyes fixed upon him. Sasaki responded with an innocent smile, as though he had not said anything at all that could be misconstrued as strange. Aha! The doubtful reply came from the doctor to his left, turning his head and glancing at the man as he regarded him with the same manner of stare as the others in the room, though it only lasted until he shook his head and aimed his attention back towards the computer at his desk. And you, frail man. Biwa. And like that, the doctor snapped his head back up and blanched when he found that Leonidas was now pointing squarely towards him. The doctor raised his hand and then pointed at himself while looking around. There was a desperate lit in his eyes, as though desperate to find someone hiding behind him who also happened to fit the description. It might have been slightly teasing of him, but Sasaki made a show of sliding himself to the side to put even more distance between himself and the doctor. Something the man noticed immediately and then paled further. With the air of a man standing before the gallows, Romani turned his attention back to Leonidas and offered a wave of the hand. Why yes. I've noticed that many around Chaldea seem to exercise by spending their time sitting upon their chairs. Leonidas announced, a frown now upon his face as his eyes narrowed. This will certainly not do. More so for one such as yourself who is to heal the others. Surely you should match if not exceed the fitness of those within this facility. Pointing down, he continued on before he eventually allowed a large smile to cross his features. The woman with fire in her eyes was taken to my training. I suspect she will be one of the first to join once more, and if she is to join, why should her subordinates be exempt? That's very kind of you to offer, but I think you'd do great, Roman. The young master slipped the dagger in while looking him dead in the eye. Sasaki maintained his cordial smile, even as he felt the mirth creeping upon his features at the expression of the doctor. At least the young master had the decency to look the man in the eye as he delivered the metaphorical killing blow. It would really be a great motivator for everyone, you know. I'd feel better about it. Romani's expression twisted for a few seconds before he relaxed and slumped in his chair, dropping his head and letting the rivers of acceptance sweep him away. I know when there's no getting out of this. Just manage your expectations with us, all right? Most of the staff probably won't be too happy at the idea of running circuits. Running. That came from the young goddess. The girl made a show of turning and looking over her shoulder at her wings for a few short moments before she turned back and tilted her head to the side. But if it's fortune with running you need, I can offer you a blessing or two. The offer is most generous, Lady Goddess. Leonidas politely cut her off, turning to her and raising the flat of his hand, shaking his head from side to side. Though this is something that requires a more skilled touch to it rather than the blessings of the gods. Though I doubt you would find much argument during the thick of battle for a blessing, he allowed with a faint chuckle under his breath. In the meantime, he turned towards Ritska one final time. I am glad to see the fire remains in your eyes. Fan it well, lest the embers be flickered out. I shall await your triumphant return to the field of training along with your companion. Though I know she needs no such encouragement. Mash nodded her head vigorously. Yes, Leonidas sensei. I shall commit myself 100% to learning your teachings. Excellent. That is the sort of shout I like to hear. Sasaki let out a small breath before his eyes lingered on the young master, watching the expression of the boy even out for a moment. A trace of darkness lingered in his eyes, yet it was difficult to see, buried beneath the light. That was good enough. There was a darkness in the soul of every man who saw blood, though whether they were totally claimed by it was another matter. So long as the young master remembered his own light, then he would be fine. Well, it was for the future. Young master, if you would be amicable, between the vigorous training I have little doubt you will be doing in the future once you step beyond these healing walls. He brought his hand out of his sleeve, gesturing around them. I would ask if you would enjoy a spot of tea. I understand that such ceremonies are seen as more of a novelty in the modern era, but I see no reason why we cannot indulge in such things. I hear that the Lord Nobunaga is quite skilled at it. You might even invite the Lord Okita, if she has an interest in such things. The young master released a pleasant chuckle as he nodded his head up and down. I think that would be fine. Actually, I know Marie likes all sorts of tea parties. Sasaki kept his expression neutral as he nodded his head up and down. This was quickly turning into a public event, but that was fine. He was rather content with keeping company that could appreciate the little things in life. Though whether the Lady Marie would be interested in such a thing at present, well, she would likely attend. Perhaps the atmosphere might do her some good as well. Giving an affirmatory hum, he turned to the door, content that his master was at least in good physical health and gradually rising spirits. That was good enough. Olga stared at the board with her arms folded over her chest, eyes slightly narrowed as she moved her hand towards the rook, moving it forward several spaces and taking the knight before removing her hand from the board. She glanced up and watched the expression of Fujimaru, no longer lying down and now sitting on the side of his bed. For whatever reason, he was wearing a brightly colored scarf indoors. It was well crafted, but she didn't know where he had even gotten it from in the first place. Well, he seemed to like it given that he was wearing it indoors. Unless he was cold, but that would imply he was running a fever. He didn't look like he was, so perhaps it was just indulging him or something. Maxwell made it for me. It took her a moment to realize he had spoken, blinking once and then directing her eyes back to him, noticing he was looking at her with a small smile on his face, his left hand grabbing the base of the scarf and holding it up slightly. From the wool that I bought during the whole Halloween thing, came by to deliver it earlier. I like it. Maxwell made that. She didn't even know that man could knit. Further to the point, it really was well crafted. If he had told her he had brought it with him, she probably would have called him a liar first, because you couldn't bring in outside objects without express authority from the director, and she had signed off on all the belongings of the outside editions. She could have sworn she recalled his name crossing her desk with minimal luggage. Dental supplies, if she recalled correctly. But if she raised her suspension of disbelief, she would have believed him if he told her he bought the scarf. As long as he was fine with it, then there was no reason to dissuade the idea of him having it. Besides, it looked rather novel, in a way. So long as you do not allow it to overheat you when you try and rest, I have no qualms with it. Thanks, Director. She faltered slightly at the earnest nature of his voice before nodding her head once. Watching as he directed his eyes back to the board and maintained the nearly imperceptible smile. I met Berserker, by the way. He seems nice, a little odd, but nice. Was he not going to mention the fact Berserker was concealing their true name? I see, she merely replied, keeping her eye on him for a few seconds. Though I am moderately pleased to see that they have ingratiated themselves well within Chaldea thus far. That being said, there was something about them that struck her as vaguely familiar, as though they had met before, but each time she thought about it, she couldn't place their face. It was probably just her mind. At any rate, I trust they were not alone when they approached you. No, they came with Boudica. Fujimaru explained, hand returning to the board and moving another piece. It was a little weird, not Berserker, but I get the feeling he's not been around places like this before. He seemed weirdly fixated on my scarf, he muttered for a few seconds, then shrugged his shoulders. A bit sad as well, like he lost something, but other than that, I think we could get along well enough. She paused in moving her hand for a few seconds. Even without knowing their true name. That gave Ritsuka pause for a few seconds, he fell silent and slowly drew his lips into a frown. I'd prefer to know their name, but they're your servant director, he explained, and if you're letting them use their class then that's fine. I trust you, I see. She was ashamed of the way her voice cracked, as though being told something as trivial as that was going to be enough to break her. But it was the first time she had heard something like that before. Clearing her throat, she turned her attention to the board once more. Of course, yes. Jeopardizing your safety would be foolish of me. Berserker assured me they would not withhold their true name if a desperate situation arose. Fujimaru nodded his head up and down, they told me about that. It's weird, I trust them, they seem pretty earnest. He paused, then closed his eyes and reached towards his face, rubbing between his eyes for a few seconds before letting out a small huff. Yeah, here's me, not learning my lesson about that, but it's. You do not need to explain it to me, Fujimaru. She cut him off with a shake of her head. Though I cannot force you to be more suspicious of servants, the fact remains that, whether you know someone for years or for days, they are just as capable of betraying you, she muttered under her breath before exhaling. But that is neither here nor there. No amount of suspicion will change the intentions behind someone. Though this is hardly a suitable topic. The boy hummed and drummed his fingers on his knees. So, we're starting a travelogue for another world. Olga sputtered for a moment, then glowered at the teenager. Fujimaru's reply was a faint but genuine smile. She allowed him that much, only in the interest of keeping him placated. It is an encyclopedia of known legends and phenomena. The fact remains that we have been routinely blindsided time and time again, therefore, I decided it was time to correct that oversight. Sullivan has been directed to aid in the foundation of its construction as best he can. Though the servants from other eras will offer their assistance on quality control. Fujimaru chuckled at that. Yeah, Sullivan would probably add his own little author's notes at the side. His lips gradually thinned. Weird to hear about it sometimes. Doesn't feel real. The whole other world, and then Sigward talks about these big festivals and Vrindari talks about these board games he played, but then you get to Ash talking about it and I just can't put two and two together. How do things even get that bad? She had no answer for that. Perhaps because there was more than one, everyone seemed to have their own bias as to who was at fault with it. Perhaps they would never get a clear answer on who was responsible. Concerning yourself with the fate of a dead world will not aid us in determining the fate of our current world. It might seem cold to say, but it needed saying. Yeah, Fujimaru nodded his head up and down, falling into another silence. I understand many of the servants visited you. Hey, yeah, a lot of well wishes. The boy's expression softened as he clearly recounted them. Not everyone, but it's only been half a day and I hear that you were telling everyone not to rush to my bedside. Olga crossed her arms and nodded once. That I would even need to tell them at all was shameful. These are grown men and women, and the moment I broke the news it looked as though they were going to charge me like infants. She waved her hand. I can understand that you are their master and thus their concern for your health is a given, but I assumed they would have more sense than to charge straight towards you all at once. The dark-haired teen raised an eyebrow at her for a few seconds before he shrugged his shoulders. That was, wasn't expecting that. I'll probably get a few more visitors though. Leonidas showed up to say that he would be virtually counting the seconds until I was fit enough to join him in the training room again. Olga raised her eyebrow as she watched an almost proud smile come upon his features as he threw a thumb over his shoulder. Also, I got Romani involved in it. She glanced over his shoulder to the doctor. The man offered a weak nod of the head as a way of confirmation. It would keep the staff occupied with something when they are not working. They still needed breaks and, she had found some sort of minor peace with the routine of exercise. That's what I figured, though I suspect that Scathach will probably take a look at all of it as well. Fujimaru remarked with a shake of his head. Haven't seen her about, but I was told that she's still alive. Well, I know she's immortal, but yeah. That sounds awkward to say, but maybe she'll visit or something. Heard we also have a couple of other servants who came with you. Brynhilder and Torin. Olga blinked. You read the report. Bit of it. Fujimaru chuckled. Read the report on Tarkus. Wish I could have met him. He seems like quite a character. He was. She muttered under her breath before clearing her throat. Still, keep it the report and inform me when you have read all of it. Though, she glanced towards Romani for a moment before she wet her lips and leaned forwards, dropping her voice lower. Suppose you wanted to approach a servant in regards to something that might be troubling them, how would you go about doing so? She paused for a moment before she elaborated. You have greater experience as a master therefore. Fujimaru raised his brows at her, then made a small noise. I'm sort of a straightforward person, director, he replied, bringing his hand up and scratching the side of his neck. I'd probably walk right up to them and ask if something was the matter. But that might be a little clumsy of me, all things considered, though I'd probably phrase it differently. A direct approach to them. Olga hummed to herself. She wasn't sure how much success that would have with Marie, but it was worth looking into. It was an approach she preferred as well, cutting right to the heart of the matter, so to speak. I will think on that. The teenager looked her up and down before he glanced back to the board, then moved another piece. Checkmate. What? Hey. What do you mean, hey? Did he plan this? Did he get her when her guard was down? Well, she would show him. Again, she snapped, drawing all the pieces back. This time she would pay closer attention to the board. Yes, director. And this chapter exists as a sort of breather because the heavy stuff is going to slam into us next. Also a little teaser with Calamate and the upcoming Christmas event. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.